Its exploits are legendary.
It's the oldest DC-10 left in world flying.
A vintage airliner, reborn as the Orbis Flying Eye Hospital.
There's a huge number of people who do not need to be blind.
On a medical mission into the heart of Mongolia.
The airplane people's job is to get the hospital there.
But this flight is turning into a nightmare.
I don't need more problems, okay?
The Orbis team faces a rare crisis.
What we've had in the last 2-3 days, you don't have in a year of flying.
And the fate of the Mongolian mission is in jeopardy. From the outside, this DC-10 looks like just another passenger plane.
And here's the paperwork for signing off. All right.
But it's not. Inside is an operating room where doctors perform eye surgeries and share their expertise with aspiring colleagues in the world's poorest countries. Its last medical mission was in Lagos, Nigeria, 90 days ago. Now the Orbis team is heading to Mongolia's capital, Ulaanbaatar. Takeoff is just 48 hours away.
Airplanes like to fly, but we don't fly it very often.
Bruce Johnson is the director of aircraft operations for Orbis.
The job title actually says responsible for all aircraft operations. That's the pilots, the mechanics, the logistics, the flight planning.
Orbis makes as many as 8 trips a year to destinations around the world. Each medical program requires weeks of coordination. It's a logistical nightmare that produces happy endings. In the last 2 decades, Orbis has conducted over 200 programs in 77 countries, bringing better vision to nearly 15 million people. Since Nigeria, the plane has been parked in Dubai, literally collecting dust in the Persian Gulf.
Where a normal airline would show up an hour before, jump in the airplane, and expect it to go. We know better than that. I'd like to know what the current weather and temperature is. When you park an airplane, things have a tendency to either break or clog and need attention.
Bruce's team must do the mother of all pre-flight checks. An exhaustive top-to-bottom search for snags and glitches. And today's engine test has just revealed one. 6,000 kilometers away in Mongolia, hundreds gather at the National Central Hospital in Ulaanbaatar, hoping to be selected for treatment in the Flying Eye Hospital. They're all ages and suffer various afflictions, including cataracts and glaucoma.
I'll explain it to her. So if you could bring her to my room, I'll be there in 1 minute.
Okay.
Orbis Medical Director Dr. Hunter Cherwek is already here, meeting local doctors and arranging for their training during the plane's 3-week stay.
In Mongolia, there's a huge number of people who do not need to be blind. Their blindness could have been prevented or cured, about 80%.
Like many developing countries, Mongolia's healthcare needs outweigh its medical resources. Orbis will directly assist 150 patients, and the local doctors they train in the process will eventually assist thousands more. Back in Dubai, the maintenance crew has 48 hours to get the old DC-10 ready to fly. Rich Jorgensen, a former line mechanic at United Airlines, knows this plane inside out. And right now, he knows he's got an engine problem to solve. One of them is idling low. Rich suspects dirt has clogged a small but vital component, the compressor inlet temperature sensor.
That's the CIT sensor. And it senses the air temperature goes through here. Then it hooks to the fuel control right here. So the fuel control knows what the air temperature is and it makes the fuel mixture accordingly. That's a good candidate for low idle. Good place to start.
The DC-10 has a distinctive profile, with 2 wing-mounted engines and a third at the base of the vertical stabilizer. 55 meters long, it rises 6 stories above the tarmac and stretches 47 meters from wingtip to wingtip. The Orbis Flying Eye Hospital first flew as a test plane for McDonnell Douglas in 1970. Today, it's the world's oldest DC-10 still flying.
It needs TLC, that's the big thing. It's just like if you're a classic car owner or whatever, they can be better than they came out of the factory if you maintain them right.
In 1992, philanthropists bought the plane and donated it to Orbis. Over the next 2 years, it was transformed from passenger plane to mobile hospital. The former first-class section is now a 48-seat theater where local doctors can follow surgical procedures as they happen in the OR in real time. Next is the pre-op laser exam room, a state-of-the-art operating theater. And finally, the recovery room. The changes cost $15 million and push the plane closer to its maximum takeoff weight of 455,000 pounds.
This airplane, with all the equipment we carry, is extremely heavy. It sits with no fuel in it, with people and its equipment, about 303,000 pounds, which is pretty heavy. When you add the 100+ thousand pounds of fuel we need, you're over 400,000 pounds.
With all that weight, the trip from Dubai to Mongolia needs 2 legs. First, 3,000 kilometers east to Calcutta, India. After refueling, it's another 3,000 kilometers north to Ulaanbaatar.
I need to look at the fuel loads out of Dubai and out of Calcutta to verify that I can take off during the time frames for which it's scheduled.
But exactly how much gas to take is a tough call. Load too much fuel, and the plane will exceed its maximum takeoff weight. But pumping too little is also asking for trouble. If they need to divert from Ulaanbaatar and head to an alternate airport, they could find themselves short. The decision about how much to take rests with Captain Gary Dyson.
This flight plan showed the 350. We may not be able to get there with the extra gas, but I'd still rather have the gas.
Yeah.
Gary's a FedEx pilot in command on the flight to Mongolia. Right now, his focus is on the forecast of hot temperatures in Calcutta.
So at 35, it's going to be too hot. I estimated 33. If you looked at all week, it was supposed to be 32, 33 is the high.
The higher the temperature, the thinner the air. And thin air is the enemy of aerodynamic lift. 3,000 kilometers from his first stop, Gary is already calculating his takeoff weight to get airborne from Calcutta.
For FedEx Cargo, there's so much oversight there and planning by the company on all this fuel and everything, but we're different out here. We're kind of on our own.
We are definitely right on the edge, there's no doubt.
Those temperatures could be way off, meaning if a thunderstorm would just move through there and cooled it off, it could be 10 degrees cooler.
I looked at the temperature all week, and the high temperature was 32. Yeah. So that's why I went with 33.
So we know we're good, and then based on the current situation, we'll make a decision as to how much gas to put on.
At the FedEx warehouse in Dubai, Heather Machin, the Associate Director of Nursing, conducts a pre-flight check of medical supplies.
Okay, so the first thing I have to do is make sure everything that the sheet says is here is actually here.
Like the flight crew, Heather plans for the unexpected. Her rule? It's okay to overpack on an Orbis flight.
We don't really know what kind of surgery we're going to see until we go and meet the patient. So I have to pack everything.
Orbis biomedical engineer Matt Duval has a checklist of his own.
Gas compressor. We don't have pressure on the system.
Testing every last piece of medical equipment.
For each piece of equipment, I have to do a work order or a specific test.
But first, he has to make sure it's all here.
Well, I'm looking for a defibrillator that they put in storage.
Matt has dozens of instruments to check.
Yeah, of course, they put it in the cart. Come along.
Any problems must be fixed now. In Mongolia, there may be nowhere to turn for help.
We have to test on battery because when we go to move it, we have to unplug it. If there's a code, uh-oh, that's not good. It says it's low battery. I mean, this plane's been sitting here for 3 months, so you gotta expect something like that. But first I need to get the battery, get the cords.
In the desert heat, Rich struggles with the number 3 engine. A clog in its temperature sensor could be causing the low idle problem.
What is there? Yeah, effective for you? Okay, that's our CIT probe. All right, thank you.
A replacement has just arrived, but swapping it out isn't like changing a light bulb.
And it's right in here where we can't get to. 4 bolts hold it on. Probably take us about an hour and a half to get to them.
The progress is achingly slow.
Well, it's wiggly. It's either broken or it's loose. And I haven't loosened up the other 2 bolts, so it might have been not quite right.
The temperature climbs to 45 searing degrees. But Rich keeps his cool. Takeoff is now just 24 hours away. But until the sensor is replaced and the engine's test fired, the Flying Eye Hospital won't be flying anywhere. The Orbis Flying Eye Hospital is due to leave Dubai for Mongolia in less than 24 hours. But an engine problem threatens the schedule. 3 hours into replacing a vital sensor, Bruce Johnson, Director of Aircraft Operations,
Almost, John.
and mechanics Rich and John are still struggling.
No space. It's just jammed up against all the other structures that's in between here. And then there's several other things around it. There's just no room.
But Rich has worked on DC-10s for 40 years, 7 with Orbis, and he won't be defeated.
We'll get it out. There's no such thing as can't. Never.
On board, Matt supervises the Orbis version of fastening your seatbelt, making sure the operating room equipment is tied down for the long flight to Mongolia.
If we take off and the equipment moves and shifts, it'll get damaged, and we can't afford that. It'll ruin the whole mission.
In the recovery room, Heather displays her skill at packing surgical supplies into every last nook and cranny.
I see this as one huge Tetris game, and I can fit things into the smallest spaces. So when we were doing the LD3s and packing everything, everybody was like, oh, you're not going to fit that in. I'm like, I'll fit it in. So, spatial awareness. Whether I get all these sponges in is another question.
Back home in Australia, Heather is a specialist in ocular medicine. This will be her 17th mission with Orbis. Each one strengthens her commitment to the job.
Sometimes you go to a place, or when you're at home, you know that there's a lot of need in the world. But when we go to somewhere and we see that there's more and more need, we actually go away thinking, gosh, we need to do more. We need to do more, we need to do more. I think it's a wonderful thing that we're doing. Yeah, that's good. Excellent. And sometimes when we are together or we have a wonderful child, it's very emotional.
Outside, Rich and John finally get the sensor out.
Got it?
As Rich suspected, it's clogged with desert grit.
Even looking in there, you could see the dirt. Yeah.
With the new sensor installed,
We'll be ready to go. I'll get things ready up there.
Orbis is towed to the apron. So Bruce and Rich can check out the engines.
All right, John. Clear on 3.
Clear on 3.
If Rich's hunch is right, the low idle on number 3 should be fixed. And it is. One problem solved, but now, just 14 hours from takeoff, another problem comes up.
It's a disagree light.
A broken anti-ice valve.
When you turn it on, the valve's open, so it's telling you, here, go, turn it off. See, it says it disagrees.
Okay.
The switch is off, the valve's supposed to be closed.
Okay, yeah, okay.
With the anti-ice valve stuck in the open position, the engines will burn more fuel, trying to melt ice that isn't there. But with the hot weather and thin air, adding extra fuel is not an option.
Assuming the temperature is 33 Celsius, we won't be able to take off out of Calcutta with an anti-ice valve problem.
Rich's solution? Wire the valve shut so Orbis can get on its way. It's quick and simple, but pilots Gary and Sam aren't so sure.
No. It's all
If we
right.
don't have any known icing conditions, we're okay. But we can't,
We're right on the ragged edge with normal ops going out of Calcutta though.
with it open.
No.
Even
if it worked
even
properly.
if everything's normal. Yeah, I realize that. Yeah, we're that far from the wire. Yeah.
So
wait on it.
That's kind of what we're playing with here.
you're gonna look at the valve, we'll start the engine again, see if it works, and then go from there.
With it closed, we're okay as long as we don't have any known icing conditions.
All right? Let's see.
We shall.
Right. One thing
Maybe it'll work.
one thing at a time.
2287, going to 1987. C920 tower 1187.
The pilots are eventually convinced that Rich's fix is safe and within the DC-10's minimum equipment regulations. With just hours until departure, he wires the anti-ice valve shut. The move eliminates the need for extra fuel and avoids adding additional weight to an already heavy jet.
Everything has been fixed over here.
They're still cutting it close for a takeoff from Calcutta if the temperature climbs. But for now,
Just take a look at these, Richard.
it's all systems go.
We don't expect any icing, so the safe thing was to make it stay closed.
Thanks a lot, Richard. Sure appreciate your work, buddy.
Okay. Wait
All
for
right.
balance.
Thanks again.
We just crank up, you guys disconnect, crank up, and we'll go.
Heather does a final check on the equipment straps,
Excellent.
then shifts gears. It's her turn to be a flight attendant, along with Dr. Gabriela Ruiz Gonzalez.
Flight attendants on both legs?
Yeah.
Okay.
It depends who's rostered as to what level of service you're going to have. I like to actually look after you, but other people will just put the chips on the counter and you have to get it yourself. So you're lucky you've got Gabriella and I today.
7 a.m., departure time. It's already 30 degrees in the shade.
Like girls.
Check.
Okay. Briefing.
Okay, we brief. 1, 2 right.
Gary lines up on the Dubai runway. Applies full throttle. And the Orbis mission is on. With the heat and 400,000 pounds of weight, Gary needs most of the runway to get the DC-10 into the sky. If everything goes according to plan, the Flying Eye Hospital will reach Ulaanbaatar in 10 hours. and the work of saving sight can begin. But first, breakfast. Gangadhar Jali from India is a skilled medical videographer.
No, if you don't want it, I'll have it. So you want omelette after all that?
And a fussy eater.
All right?
No.
No? No?
What is this?
Just check that you're happy with that.
Yeah, thank you.
You will eat and you will enjoy.
Enjoy your breakfast, sir.
It's worse than the real passengers.
At 4 p.m. local time, Orbis begins its descent. Early monsoon rains have lowered the ground temperature to a cool 27 degrees Celsius. It's all going well, a routine flight. And then, the mighty plane has just lost a third of its power. And the runway is coming up fast. On approach, the Orbis Flying Eye Hospital has a sudden loss of power in one of its 3 engines.
I got the throttle. Thank you.
The DC-10 is at 4,000 feet, descending through monsoon rain. On the flight deck, the pilots have just seconds to act.
You start gathering the data you have, look at the engine instruments. Is the airplane still holding the speed?
The crew quickly determines that the power loss is temporary and not a complete engine failure.
All right, well, let's get her head back in the game here. 8-0, headed north.
After that, we flew the approach as if an engine had failed.
Windshield wipers.
Visibility was right at the minimum that was required for that approach. We weaved around a little bit, even after we started our descent, to avoid the heaviest of the rain. One little challenge after another, but that's what pilots get paid for. You know, we'd a few minutes of terror during those times when it gets rough.
They're safely on the ground, but still 3,000 kilometers from their final destination, with worrisome questions about what just happened.
We saw indications in the cockpit that indicated it was probably a compressor stall on the #1 engine.
Here's how it happens. Air entering the turbines is compressed by a series of fans and forced into the combustion chamber, where it's mixed with fuel and ignited. A sudden increase in pressure in the compressors can disrupt the smooth airflow. Exhaust gases suddenly reverse direction, causing a drop in power and potentially catastrophic damage. The team needs answers. What caused the compressor stall? And is the engine damaged beyond repair? Replacing it will take a week, putting the entire medical mission in jeopardy.
We lose the first week of the program, we lose the whole program. The days you don't want to be me. Normally, of course, you get this over the PA, right, for the airlines, right? Okay. Most of you probably heard the loud bang. We're pretty sure the #1 engine had a compressor stall. We have to go inspect different areas, and we'll go do that. And I've already decided that the flight's canceled for right now. I do not want anybody calling Mongolia yet. Okay, I don't need this. I don't need more problems. Okay. Pretty soon, I'm handling a press problem when I need to be working on an airplane.
not going to get opioids through customs here and into Nepal. And I don't even want to get caught with trying to do that.
Heather and anesthesiologist Jonathan Lord prepare for Plan B. If the plane can't get to Mongolia, eye surgeries will be moved to a city hospital. But that means flying in medical supplies.
The question is whether they have enough stock in country. I don't know, I'll call Jackie or Hunter, whoever's on the ground, and ask them the bare minimum, like a 25 gauge IML forcer.
This much they know. The compressor stall is unrelated to the replaced CIT sensor or to the anti-ice valve that Rich wired shut. It's a new problem that he hopes will be solved by changing a bleed valve that releases air from the compressor.
Okay, let's go look at it.
Here comes that one, it stops it. It's not stuck.
But the valve works perfectly.
Whoa! I can't help but see something wrong.
If you find something wrong, that way you know what to fix. But in this case, nothing wrong.
Bruce makes a call to longtime Orbis sponsor FedEx and their best engine mechanics for some advice on what to do next.
But you guys would agree, everybody agrees on a CF6-6D that a compressor stalls, you got to do a borescope. But I also have a medical program I'm supposed to be at in 2 days in Mongolia. Now I am not going to fly an airplane that's illegal to fly, but at the same time I can't wait a week or 10 days just to get it inspected either.
A borescope is a tiny camera on a flexible tube that will allow Rich to see inside the engine.
That'll tell us if there's any kind of damage to the internal parts of the motor, which they're telling me this engine is susceptible to internal damage when you have a compressor stall.
It's 10 o'clock. Orbis should be landing in Ulaanbaatar. But the engine problem has thrown a carefully plotted program into chaos. It's time to break the news to Dr. Hunter Cherwek and the rest of the Orbis team already in Mongolia.
Hey Hunter, this is Bruce. Hunter, this is Bruce.
Hey Bruce, what's the latest?
Well, we've got some bad news for you. We're in Calcutta and we're going to be in Calcutta till at least tomorrow morning. And I basically have got to investigate what's wrong, and I can't take the risk that there's possibly something wrong without investigating the problem. So.
For the first time in recent history, Orbis will be late. And if Rich can't nurse the ailing engine back to health, the entire medical mission will be in jeopardy. A compressor stall in engine number 1 has sidelined the Orbis Flying Eye Hospital. An internal inspection will reveal if it's damaged beyond repair. The fate of the Orbis medical mission to Mongolia is on the line.
That's what our job is, to get the hospital there. So if we don't do that, we're the ones who failed, you know?
Borescoping the engine is a 5-hour job. With the first surgery scheduled in less than 48 hours, Hunter and the medical team in Mongolia confront a grim prospect.
Flying Eye Hospital is currently in Calcutta, India. It experienced a mechanical problem.
Running the program without their mighty plane.
I was on the phone to Singapore, Beijing. We're scrambling all of my contacts and all the team's contacts, trying to find out where we can get medical supplies. We're trying to bring in corneas for transplantation.
Orbis's worldwide team of volunteer eye doctors pitches in.
Dr. Garg, my name is DJ Horton, Orbis International. Welcome to Mongolia.
Dr. Prashant Garg from Hyderabad, India, is one of the world's best eye surgeons.
I'm carrying a pair of corneas donated by Singapore National Eye Bank. It was fun carrying them, particularly in the era where you can't carry even liquids on board, and I was carrying both ice as well as liquids and human tissue.
The question is, will these corneas be transplanted in a Mongolian operating room or in the state-of-the-art facilities aboard the Flying Eye Hospital? That all depends on how things are going with the borescope.
Well, it does say if it doesn't move, that could be a reason why it's stalling, but with that being said, I want to make sure that we're doing it right.
The inspection of engine number 1 has been completed.
Very nice. Aha! Okay.
The interior of the engine gets a clean bill of health. But the celebration is short-lived. Rich still needs to pinpoint the cause of the stall before they can get back in the air.
We only proved one thing. Yeah, we remember we don't know what we're doing.
Rich eventually discovers a tiny fault in the variable stator vanes. The vanes control airflow through the front compressor fans. They were being pitched incorrectly, allowing too much air to pass through to the blades behind them, resulting in a pressure imbalance and a compressor stall. A quick adjustment to the line that controls the pitch should solve the problem for good.
Can't know everything about this airplane or any airplane. So, I mean, I've been working on it for 40 years, and I all the time find out things that I've never touched before.
There's only one way to make sure Rich is right. A high-power engine run-up.
We're not comfortable going any faster.
This is the moment of truth.
All right, we're going to start 3, 1, and then 2, Rich. B4. Okay, so RPM should increase on N1, N2. For N1, we're at 20.7. It's plus or minus 2, so we're perfect. 100.5. I'm happy. You happy?
Looking good, man. Everything's looking good.
Looks like we're ready to go.
The Orbis mission is back on track. They'll be in Ulaanbaatar 2 days late, but still in time for the first scheduled surgery. Provided Gary, the captain, signs off on the repairs.
I would say we have a positive fix.
Well, with everything that you and Bruce have told me, I'm perfectly satisfied and have great confidence in the engine working just like it's supposed to. I have bought it one more time.
Yeah. What we've had in the last 2-3 days is like, you don't have all this in 6 months or a year of flying.
Latitudes, warning lights. Latitudes, ignition, radar, transponder,
Set.
lights. Where's that gun check?
Sets, max power.
80 knots.
Check.
Rotate.
Positive rate, gear up.
The Flying Eye Hospital is back on the move. From Calcutta, it's a 4-hour flight north into Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, where the Orbis medical team is assessing hundreds of people, all of them hoping to be selected for treatment in the Flying Eye Hospital.
We really try to find patients who really need it most and would never be able to get this care otherwise.
Munkundra Sukbatar, a 22-year-old student, is blind in her right eye and can barely see out of the other. The hope is a cornea transplant will dramatically improve the vision in her left eye.
I decided to do transplant keeping that fact in mind, that she is still studying, she is young, she has only that eye which has a potential for some improvement of vision. So if we are here, why not to help that lady to see the world?
3 years ago, local surgeon Dr. Mugi performed a transplant on Mukundra, but it didn't work. They have high hopes for a better result this time. A second chance at a transplant is almost unheard of in a country so short on medical resources.
I have so many waiting lists, but all cases not possible to include because 25 cases only selected, and wait listed cases are still waiting.
Other thing that we left side.
11 p.m., 30 hours behind schedule. The DC-10 descends into Ulaanbaatar.
I hope you've enjoyed your flight. Please pick up all of your rubbish. Thank you for flying Air Orbis.
And makes a smooth touchdown.
Well, I think it all worked out kind of like we planned it, coming in there. Thanks for all your help.
Very nice job.
For Orbis staff on the ground, the plane is a welcome sight.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Hey, Hunter, good to see you.
I'm doing great.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you. Hey, Hunter!
But their first surgery is just 12 hours away.
Bruce! I'm doing well. We got it here.
Finally.
Yeah, hey, it's good.
And this DC-10 is a long way from being a functional eye hospital. On the tarmac at Genghis Khan Airport in Ulaanbaatar, the Orbis DC-10 is about to be transformed from plane to state-of-the-art eye hospital.
Yeah, we're getting ready to offload all our ground equipment and start to set it up in hospital mode.
Cube first, then accessories, and I'll move that into recovery.
The air compressor, air conditioner, vacuum pump, and generators are all medical grade and specially designed for the plane.
They have to have compressed air. They have to have electricity. It's probably the most important thing here. This stuff quits. We're done. They can't function without it.
The surgery and post-op rooms get a top-to-bottom scrub.
It's virtually like a real hospital back home.
Except for the 11 video cameras carefully positioned so local doctors can watch the surgeries in the classroom up front.
We've delivered the hospital and sort of the pressure's off a little bit for us. The pressure is now on the medical staff to get it done.
Within hours, the Flying Eye Hospital is ready for Dr. Garg and his surgical team.
Just for today, if we could keep our clothes on until we're behind a curtain, Jonathan, or in the bathroom, I would appreciate it.
No, we won't, John.
Hi, how are you?
You know, I think the amazing thing about Orbis is how flexible and adaptable we are. We've made it through the storm, and I think today's been a fantastic day, and I expect a great program.
She's nervous? Okay, understandable.
Now my first suture is in place. So I'm less worried about the cornea slipping over the viscoelastic into the fornix or over the sclera. These sutures basically decide on the distribution of corneal tissue in the recipient opening.
Our goal is really not how much we can do, it's how much we can show and how much we can get them to do after we leave. That's the whole purpose. It's not coming in and showing off, it's coming in and showing how.
Dr. Mugi, assisting Dr. Garg, begins sewing sutures in Munkundra's eye, but encounters scar tissue around the cornea.
The cornea is almost like a butter. When you pass the needle, it goes very smoothly through the tissue. But if you are suturing cornea to the sclerized or fibrosed, toughened tissue, you need more pressure on the side where the tissue is fibrosed. Sutures as of now, and the remaining 8 sutures we have to finish. She was finding it difficult to pass the needle, and therefore at the end of 2 sutures, she asked me to come back and take over. For sure that after this additional 4 days of training, she may again come back onto track. How is she feeling now? Pain she was having is okay?
If Munkundra's transplant takes, she will have clear vision in one eye. It will be life-changing. She'll find out when the patch comes off in 12 hours. The Orbis Flying Eye Hospital has completed its first day of surgery in Mongolia.
So in about 20 minutes, she should feel a little bit better.
Long days, long nights, lots and lots of work, but there's so much to do, and I'm happy to do it.
We have a tremendous impact on our patients, obviously, and the doctors we work with, but I think almost selfishly, the greatest impact Orbis has is on the crew. I think it's very easy to think you're a great doctor because you come from a high-resource center, but I can tell you that the best doctors I've met have been outside of my country. So it's been a very eye-opening experience, excuse the pun.
At National Central Hospital, Munkundra opens her newly repaired eye for the first time.
Can you see my hand? 5, 2, 1, 5. I was expecting some degree of improvement in vision, but not to that extent.
After performing 9 corneal transplants, Dr. Garg heads home to India. Tomorrow, new specialists will arrive to teach the latest techniques in pediatric and retinal surgery.
I'm looking forward to go home. It will be fun to see the family back. So let us keep in touch.
Dr. Garg leaves with a final word of encouragement to his protégés.
And best of luck. You are
Happy
wonderful.
journey.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I noticed this morning some of these look a little shiny, and they don't usually look shiny, so I went up and checked, and there's a lot of real fine sand has been picked up, and you can feel it on the leading edges. If it's a bad one, you have to file it out. See, like here, you see this one? There's a bad ding in it, and it's been filed out. And you file out the crack, or the ding, so it won't crack. If you leave it, it'll crack, it will break off, and now you've got big problems.
The Orbis DC-10 has logged more than 40 years of service as an airliner and eye hospital, but will soon be replaced by an MD-10, a newer model of the DC-10, donated by FedEx. Like its predecessor, the new jet will allow Orbis to take their expertise where it's needed most.
This is the 6th nerve nucleus here, and the nerve...
And will serve as a powerful symbol of their commitment to eliminating treatable blindness.
People will say you really don't have to have an airplane to do medical work, but it does draw public attention and awareness to what we're trying to do.
I'm making sure the plane's ready to go. I got 3 weeks to do it. So by then it'll be perfect.
It's the world's biggest water bomber, with 30 tons of flame-killing payload.
When you get a big fire on your hands, this is the aircraft that can get the job done.
It's constantly on call to battle flames in the toughest conditions.
They don't call you because there might be a fire tomorrow. It's called because there's already something happening really bad.
It's not for the weak at heart.
Now this Canadian plane is on its most perilous mission ever.
A good chunk of Mexico is on fire. It's a very dangerous business.
It's up to the Mars to keep Mexico's wilderness from going up in smoke. Early spring on Sprout Lake, Vancouver Island, British Columbia, Canada. Home of Coulson's flying tankers and the Mars, the world's largest water bomber. Coulson's mechanics are hard at it. After a long winter in storage, the Mars needs to get in the air today.
You come to work and you prepare to get dirty every day.
Fires are already burning in the US and Mexico, and that means business. Every hour on the lake is an hour off the pay clock. The Mars has fought fires in California, British Columbia, and across Canada. So when the call comes, aircraft and crew must be ready to fly.
Mars always looks good bobbing around Sprout Lake. It's coming together.
Jim Messer, operations manager for the Mars, is focused on preparing the plane for the first test flight of the season.
Yeah, we're just really getting geared up. Fire season in British Columbia. You always get the scramble when you least expect it, so just preparedness, go through the checklist.
The air crew is returning for the new season. Everything looks good, until it isn't. They've got an engine problem.
Everything's so old that you don't know where to start. Is it wiring? Is it mechanical? Is it an overhauled part we just put on? It keeps you thinking, keeps you hopping on your toes. The stressful part of the job is being under the pressure when the plane breaks, when we're getting ready to go somewhere.
7 Mars seaplanes were built to haul US troops and cargo during World War II. By the late 1950s, the flying boats were headed for the scrap heap. But a group of BC foresters had an idea: convert them into water bombers. The Mars was reborn. After more than 5 decades, only 2 of the planes remained. It looked like their firefighting days were over. Then the Mars found another savior.
First time I saw the aircraft was with my father when I was about 10 years old. Back then, I just remember it being one heck of a big aircraft.
In 2007, BC entrepreneur Wayne Coulson saw an opportunity to export their capabilities across the continent. He upgraded one of the planes and started promoting the Mars for firefighting jobs across North America. With its advanced aeronautics and firefighting technology, there's no better weapon in the battle against forest fires.
These aircraft have been here for 50 some odd years. They've done over 8,000 drops on wildfires. These things kill fire. That's what they do.
The only Mars still flying measures 36 meters long, and its tail reaches 12 meters above the water. Its 60-meter wingspan is almost double that of a Boeing 737. Fully loaded, it tips the scales at 75,000 kilograms, the same weight as a space shuttle. The maintenance crew has spent an hour sorting out the engine problem.
With this little incident here, just a simple thing, and a wire on an APU, vibration, eventually the wire let go.
A simple thing, but one that can keep them grounded for days.
So I know you've got lots to do.
Wayne needs his plane in the air because the Mars has a gig.
Still gonna do Southern California?
The call came from Mexico. Wildfires are scorching a remote mountain region near the Texas border. The flames can't be reached with conventional firefighting equipment. The only effective attack is from the air.
Watching those fires for 3 weeks, and
sort of no progress, it feels like anyways, from just reading the papers.
Yeah, I think they want to bring the Mars on. So if we commit to that, what kind of trouble can we get ourselves into?
We're probably, 2-3 days from being ready.
But Mexico needs the Mars yesterday. Wayne takes the contract. Now, it's up to Jim and his team to deliver.
You gotta hurry up, get going.
The maintenance crew goes into overdrive to get the plane ready for action. And it's not just the plane that must be prepared to fly. Pilots Dev Salkeld and Peter Killen are career airmen who have flown everything from tiny bush planes to huge passenger jets.
It looks pretty darn good. Nice and clean. All ready to go to work.
Control locks. Air stowed. Power forward.
Despite their experience, Dev and Pete must recertify each season.
Is unlocked. Changeover switch is engineer.
Before they can bomb down to Mexico, they'll need to take the Mars through some target practice to make sure their skills are razor sharp.
Pre-run up check.
It's serious flying, and it makes sure we know the limits of the aircraft and ourselves. We go out and practice work, get current, and get back to work.
Probes and door lights green. Dump doors closed and green. Flaps are up on the left.
8 meters behind the flight deck, engineers Roy Copeland and Dave Millman help keep the Mars in the air. Typical of World War II era planes, the number of controls and systems would overwhelm the pilots.
Pre-start checklist is complete.
The pilots steer it and control it in the air, but we handle the power, the props, the fuel, the oil, all the fire warning, anything like that is all done from this station here.
1100 on the standby.
The engineer's control system is the same as it was in 1946. Up front, Wayne's made sure the cockpit avionics are cutting edge.
I sort of refer to it as Star Wars up here, the Raiders of the Lost Ark in the back.
She's kicking. There she goes. Sister hook is stowed. Hatch here. Okay, all set back. Turning forward. Clear on forward.
After a 20-minute warm-up of the engines, the Mars is ready to take to the skies.
Let's get going. And engineer pilot, full power, please.
Dev opens up the throttle. The Mars accelerates to 60 knots. After another 30 seconds, the plane has carved a 1.5 kilometer long wake. And then, it's up and away.
Take off 17.
It's a rush, especially when you're leaving the water. And you can feel the power as you're shoving it up. It's amazing.
First time I saw the Mars was about 20 years ago. First thing I thought to myself was, I want to fly that.
Despite its modern flight deck, the Mars is old school. There is no computerized fly-by-wire system. This bird is all mechanical, and it flies that way.
The feeling on the stick for me is like driving a car without power steering. It's really heavy. It's not light on controls at all.
And engineer pilot, climb power. Climb power.
The first test is the water scooping system. Dev and Pete guide the Mars in, holding 80 knots of airspeed until they hit the water. Airspeed dips to 70 knots. As the plane skims the water, 2 probes extend from the bottom of the fuselage, forcing water into the holding tanks at a rate of 1 ton per second. It takes just 30 seconds to scoop up 27,000 liters of water. Minutes later.
Up, sir. Doors are green.
22 doors on the belly of the plane open.
3, 2, 1. Now.
And those 30 tons are out in less than 3 seconds. The Mars is one step closer to pouring water on the real thing.
Down in Mexico, there's so much wildfire down there. They want us 20-day contract, up 8 hours a day until she's gone. So that is going to be a real challenge for the guys.
But the Mars is still a long way from being ready. 2 rigorous test flights remain. And if there's any sign the plane or its team aren't ready, Jim will have no choice but to pull the plug on Mexico. $250,000 hectares of Mexican wilderness is on fire. Ranches and settlements are on evacuation alert. At its base on Vancouver Island, Canada, the world's largest water bomber is being groomed for the fight. The Mars and its crew will be operating over remote and unforgiving terrain. So it's back in the air to practice worst-case scenarios, in case the unthinkable happens.
We'll be doing loss of hydraulics. We'll be doing simulated engine failure on takeoff, another engine failure while we're doing a pickup. If we should do a broadcast on 230.
Just set it up.
35 inches.
Teamwork is key.
Clock is set 0:20 seconds.
Yeah, we're always working in a dangerous situation. There's a lot of trust put into the fellows that you're working with.
What do you figure, about 500 feet, maybe?
450.
An hour later, the Mars touches down.
The flight was good. I haven't seen what the engineers have for a snag sheet, but I don't think it's too big.
No, Roy seemed pretty happy.
It was tiddly-boo, no problems whatsoever. Ran as advertised. Perfect.
The Mars is a step closer to Mexico's raging wildfires, but the flying boat needs some accompaniment in the air.
Is the rest of the machine pretty well there?
Pretty much caught up.
Jim turns his attention to another flying machine drafted for the mission, loaded with sophisticated navigation and communications equipment. This Sikorsky 76 helicopter will act as a scout. Its secret weapon, a heat-sensing infrared camera that swivels like a giant eyeball.
This is what takes it from being a standard 76 to a great piece of firefighting equipment.
It's the Sikorsky's job to pinpoint the flames and direct the Mars to the drop.
With the infrared camera, you can find out where the hot spots are through the smoke, even if your visibility is low.
On Sprout Lake, Dev and Pete prepare for a final scoop test.
Yeah, we're just setting up. We're on a downwind right now. We're going to come around this way, and we're setting up for pickup.
If the giant plane has an Achilles heel, it's the probes. A failure could bring the drops to a halt.
The probes could be temperamental. The mechanics would have had them out, greased everything up, put new springs in them where necessary, and now we're going to go in and just make sure everything's going to work fine.
Probes going down. Stop. 3, 2, 1, and bombs away. Yeah, it was all good. He called it a bullseye.
Dev's next target is a burning mountain range half a continent away.
There is a lot to do to get out of here, and it's the fire business. They don't call you because there might be a fire tomorrow. It's called because there's already something happening really bad. We know we can make a difference down there, so we just got to make that happen.
All right.
Mexico bound.
Mexico bound.
But the Mars wasn't built for speed. maxing out at just 356 kilometers per hour. It will take 2 days to fly to the base camp in Texas. From BC, they'll fly 2,100 kilometers south to Lake Elsinore, California, one of the few locations the plane can land to refuel. After a brief rest, they'll head up and over the Rockies and descend into Lake Amistad near Del Rio, Texas.
Ready to go? Everyone know the mission?
While the Mars and the S-76 get ready to fly, a fleet of support trucks rolls out. The convoy includes a command center, a fuel truck, a mobile workshop, crew quarters, boats, everything the team will need to operate thousands of kilometers from home.
It's always really exciting to get the Mars show on the road. It takes a lot to pull it together, but it's a really good start to be able to roll everything out and just get to work.
But just before departure, the mechanics find another snag on the Mars.
Either the engine RPM is not measuring right or the prop RPM is not measuring right. It's got to be resolved now.
The plane's radial engines are among the most powerful ever produced. 2 rows of 9 cylinders spin a counterweight that drives the main crank. At full throttle, each massive engine delivers 2,500 horsepower to spin the props 17 revolutions per second. A faulty RPM reading could put the crew in danger, giving the impression that they have more power than they actually do.
All we need is one snag and she's not gonna get off the water.
Once again, the maintenance team is under the gun to puzzle out a fix.
It's an awful lot of work to get accomplished.
2 hours of detective work.
Can I get a bacon strip?
Finally, a suspect.
We're just getting the tack generator swapped out.
The tack generator measures the engine speed. They install a new one and ready the engine for another test.
So the troubleshooting that we did was quite extensive, and we're crossing our fingers on this one.
If this isn't the right fix, the mechanics will be back under the hood, and the Mars will stay put while Mexico burns. They're Mexico's worst wildfires in 30 years, and a giant fire demands a giant solution. The crew of the world's largest water bomber is on the way. After a last-minute fix on the No. 3 engine, the Mars is just hours from Del Rio, Texas. Jim and the support convoy are already on the scene. For the next 20 days, home will be a spit of land jutting into Lake Amistad, a reservoir straddling the U.S.-Mexico border, just 50 kilometers from the closest fires.
We certainly have our challenges in front of us. There's a lot of fire out there, so it's going to be long, hard, and hot. I think we can make a difference here, but it's going to be a tough run.
Lake Amistad is not just home base for the team. It's also where the Mars will scoop water to drop on the Mexican fires. That water will be blended with a fire retardant called thermogel, creating a mixture that stops smoking timber from rekindling. Getting the right mixture is critical.
The right consistency of thermogel is pretty important. If you drop just water, probably in these temps and RHs, half of it won't hit the ground. It'll just evaporate.
Doug Sterlingson is the team's thermogel technician. After mixing up a few trial cocktails, Doug finds his ratio. 1 liter of thermogel to every 50 liters of water.
Jim, you got a moment? I ran some water quality samples down there. This is out of Amistad? This is out of the lake. Okay. Yeah, and
the mix feels right.
About, yeah, it's a little bit more than what we've been going on there. Days ago?
But they won't know for sure until they put it to the test.
What we'll do too is I'll try to get you a sample out of the Mars in our first day or so of operation, and get you to confirm that we're within their parameters. That'd be awesome.
With the Mars just a few minutes from Lake Amistad, owner Wayne Colson arrives.
Jimmy, you made her.
Hey, you made her, buddy.
How you doing? Good, good.
Wayne has only read about the fires, while Jim has seen them firsthand.
It's still a pretty desperate situation, Wayne. There's 200,000 hectares burnt over there. A lot of the fire is going to be really tough. The key concern is fresh starts. You know, there's some lightning forecasted in, and that's going to be key that it doesn't get runaway on them.
Suddenly, the Mars announces its arrival.
When the Mars starts to approach, it's pretty similar to 36 Hell's Angels coming at you. Welcome to Lake Amistad. There she is. Get at her now, get her on the water, and start getting her out to work. Welcome, guys. Base Camp, Texas. The Mexican government is they're in a desperate spot. They've got a lot of fire. They don't have a lot of control at this point. I think they're gonna fly us hard. So, you know, we're gonna have to do some things different. We're just gonna have to stay on top of the old girl. Hopefully we don't have a whole lot of issues.
The Mars has to be ready at first light. The pilots head to the hotel to rest.
Okay, well, we'll see you.
Okay, good night, guys.
But for the maintenance crew, this is the first of many long, hard nights. These guys may never see smoke or fire, but their job is crucial to the fight.
The night maintenance guys are under a lot of pressure because they really do have to have that aircraft ready for us, and they don't know what they're up against when they start an engine inspection.
The flight from British Columbia has rattled a few parts loose.
Well, we've got a missing distributor cap here, so we have to put a new one on. So we'll repair that. We've got a couple accessory panels to fix.
We really have to give the engine a thorough look through, so it's ready to go for firefighting.
By 6 a.m., the Mars is tuned up and ready for day one. But Jim isn't happy with what he sees in the sky.
Kind of a diabolical morning. Lightning and thunder.
One bolt could spark another fire, and they've already got enough to tackle.
Fresh lightning strike could become 10 hectares or greater in a matter of a few hours, especially if it's in a remote area, undiscovered.
If the Mars runs into trouble over the fire zone, there's only one safe place to land, back at the reservoir. So the engineers insist on a thorough 2-hour inspection of the plane before they fly.
I was on 747s for almost 12 years, and you can do a pre-flight on that in about 15 minutes. You know, so this is a little bit more time consuming.
It's a long list that includes checking the hatches.
No gauges back here.
Fluid levels. Every lever, knob, and dial, along with the outside and inside of the wings.
Okay, morning, guys. We've got our mission for the day.
An hour from departure, pilots Dev and Pete arrive and roll out the maps. The first target is a half-hour flight to the southwest. The Santa Rosa Valley is heavily treed and difficult to access by land. Fires to the north and west could engulf the entire valley.
What do you think about this wind?
I like it. Performance enhancement.
Anybody fighting fire was a very dangerous business. There's a lot of variables that go on second by second based on the temperature, the winds. So you've got to have very experienced crews that know what they're doing.
As the plane's crew mount up, helicopter pilot Peter Neely readies the Sikorsky S-76, the eyes of the Mars.
Long day.
The two aircraft will be partners in this battle, with the Sikorsky guiding the Mars as close to the flames as possible, but not too close.
The most challenging part is making sure that the Mars stays out of trouble, basically, and that you don't get the guys in a bad situation that could possibly get them killed.
Traffic in the Del Rio area. Charlie Foxtrot India Romeo Whiskey will be departing Del Rio, left-hand turn, climbing out through Lake Amistad.
Dev and Pete prep the Mars to follow.
This is the center of it all, where the extreme fires are happening. We're right in the thick of it. Absolutely a good test for the crew, a good test for the aircraft.
Once in the air, they head south and get their first look at the enemy. Wildfires rage across an area 3 times the size of New York City.
When you see that many fires and you see how many men and equipment they have working on it, you know they're behind the 8 ball.
Right up in this little inlet here on Lake Amistad.
At base camp, Jim follows the Mars with a satellite-based flight tracking system. Dev is right on course. The Mars will make up to 8 drops of 27,000 liters of water each day.
Okay, just gonna come over a bit of a ridge here, engineer.
30 tons of water. That's what makes the Mars one powerful extinguisher. 2 other land-based water bombers have been sent home. Returning to an airfield and reloading with water was taking too long.
Get the speed back a little bit.
But that efficiency comes at a steep price. The gas bill can run as high as $3,000 an hour.
We've got one last ridge to go over.
At base camp, the Mars fuel truck receives its first load of aviation gas. It will get refilled every 2 days.
You know, she can probably use up 3,500, burning at about 500 gallons per hour. So that's a lot of fuel.
After 8 drops and hours of flying, the Mars is running on empty and heading for Lake Amistad.
Yeah, LYL, you copy. What's your ETA on the buoy?
It'll probably be about 15 minutes from now, maybe 20.
All right, copy that. Night crew in shortly, and we'll be standing by.
The temperature is a sweltering 27 degrees, but for the ground crew, this is game time.
It all goes in a flurry when they land and hit that water, because we've got 10 hours to get her turned around and ready to go again.
Dev and Pete are exhausted after a day in the action. Neither has any doubt this will be a long fight.
Still lots of fire up on the hill.
Is there? Yeah.
Well, there was one fire there that was, they weren't even fighting, it was so bad.
With the pilots released for the day, the maintenance crew gets to work. But a brewing storm threatens to blow their plans to bits.
It's probably blowing 30 knots right now. There's whitecaps beating in here. Set a panel on the ground, it blows off, your tools blow off. You know, we're almost at the impossible level. Keep working out there right now.
By nightfall, the storm is still raging.
The wind's a challenge. You don't want to be dropping parts. We're working always above water. You fall from this height up here, you're 20, 30 feet above the water. It's not for the weak at heart.
But the team must push through tonight, or the Mars won't fly tomorrow. The Mars water bomber has joined the fight to extinguish raging wildfires in northern Mexico. Stopping the devastation requires a relentless assault from the air, so the Mars must be ready to fly at the crack of dawn every day of the mission. As midnight approaches, the maintenance crew is working hard to get the Mars in shape for tomorrow's mission.
Get home before daylight for a change.
But Mother Nature is not cooperating.
The biggest challenge being the weather. Like right now, it's starting to blow. That's why I'm hanging onto the ring cowl here, make sure I don't fall off. It's pretty hard to cope with.
As the storm ramps up a notch, the team takes cover.
Shelter.
We've actually had a federal weather warning come over the radio, so really heavy winds and thunderstorms and stuff, so we're staying on the beach for now.
By 7 a.m., the skies have cleared. But after a night of frustrating setbacks, there's still maintenance work to complete when the flight crew arrives at base. "2 hours behind schedule, they're finally on board and ready for round 2.
Second engineer's back in the seat. You're cleared your pre-ground checklist.
Okay, we're just gonna burn straight ahead and we'll climb up to 300 or 400 feet. We'll do a right turn.
Last night's lightning strikes have sparked new fires and rekindled some old ones.
The weather here has been absolutely violent. We've had fresh starts, we've had restarts of fires that were pretty well out. So it's really thrown some challenges at us.
It's really dry out there, and fires are popping up all over.
Today, the Mars goes further south, where the overnight fires threaten untouched valleys. The plane will make repeated drops, with a ferry time of almost 40 minutes between scoops.
LYL is 76. Yeah, Dev made the pass through all.
The Sikorsky is already scoping the targets. Chopper pilot Peter Neely has spotted some tricky drops for the Mars.
Slight right turn on the outbound, make it 100 degrees.
This is where their partnership really pays off.
All right, saving the data.
In the Sikorsky's cabin, Jim Thomason uses an infrared camera to see through the smoke and target the burning heart of the fire.
Okay, I have it on target right now. Switching to infrared.
Then Peter relays the coordinates to the Mars.
LYL 76.
Roger.
Yeah, Dev, looks like the inbound run is going to be east 090. Target elevation 5,400 feet.
Okay, we're just getting set up for the job. The line looks good. We are armed for the assault.
As the bomber heads in for its run, the chopper follows to make sure the Mars hits its target.
Here comes the load. Beautiful shot. Right on the fire line. How'd it look for you, Pete? Yeah, it looked like a real good shot. Looks like they got it all.
Another good day. Plane and crew have performed flawlessly. The Mars heads back to base for a final scoop to rinse out the tanks.
Lima, Yankee Lima base.
But then, trouble. One of the probes might be jammed.
Yeah, we got problem. Should be there in 3 or 4 minutes.
This is not what Jim wants to hear.
What I can tell you is I hate probe issues. That's what I can tell you.
The maintenance crew is on it as soon as the Mars touches down.
Okay, so for benefit of the doubt, we might be better off to pull both probes out tonight while you're in there anyway.
Yeah, it takes less time, and then we can hopefully solve the issue. There may be issues with both, who knows.
I hope you find something. Stay safe out there.
You bet.
The Fix-It crew has only a few hours of daylight left. If they can't fix the probes, Operation Mexico ends right here.
Without these, they do not pick up water, which means we're not putting out any fires, and that's what we're paid to do.
There's only one way to solve this problem. Those 40-kilogram probes have got to come out.
You want me to do the first part? I'll stand above.
Sure, you're feeling strong. You're younger.
Ready?
Okay, we'll set them on the edge there.
Yep, roger. Down.
The good news? Everything looks normal. The bad news? Everything looks normal.
Looks fine. No hydraulic leaks, springs aren't broken.
Another mechanical mystery that needs a resolution. Or it's a long ride back to British Columbia. After days of battling wildfires in northern Mexico, a jammed probe threatens to scuttle this mission for the Mars water bomber. The maintenance crew is yanked out the probes for a look. Everything seems a-okay. But a closer look reveals the waterproof lubricant is gone.
And she's dry.
And that likely caused a jam. Thousands of liters of water rush past the extended probes on every scoop. After so many scoops, the friction of that water has stripped the probes clean.
It's night and day right here. Aqua lube, perfectly dry. I mean, nothing there. We'll just have to lube that up and hopefully that was our issue. We'll find that out.
It's another grueling all-nighter to get the plane ready for daybreak.
We're tired though, long night.
Yeah, mission accomplished. It's good to go for another day.
They finish up and head to bed, just as the flight crew arrives.
Good morning.
Still a fair amount of fire behavior. How are you feeling about it?
Inside the command truck, Jim's on the radio with fire officials in Mexico. Another satisfied Mars customer.
They're finding things very effective with our coverage level on the ground. I think it's going quite well.
We've been averaging over 7 hours a day now, and been making some good progress on lots of fires.
From all indications, we're knocking down our targets.
By now, the easiest targets have been dealt with. What remains are the most stubborn fires in the most precarious locations. Today, the Mars will navigate over high peaks and through steep valleys, striking the hot spots feeding surrounding fires. After 3 successful drops, the plane is heading back to the reservoir for another scoop. Engineer Roy leaves his post to make a routine mid-flight inspection.
I'm going out for a walk around.
And spots a serious problem.
I'll go ahead with a feather on number 4.
Roger, feather number 4.
Feather.
Back at base,
Mars base, it's LYL.
LYL, go for base.
Jim gets the call he hoped would never come.
We've had a problem with number 4 engine. We've had to shut it down. It looked like there was a fuel leak.
Copy, inbound 4 to 5 minutes, 3-engine procedure, and cleared into land.
This is where preseason practice pays off. Landing with 3 engines is part of the training.
We're just going to head out on the lake, stand by for the aircraft to land.
As a safety precaution, Dev brings the plane down well away from shore. The Mars is safely on the lake, but towing the 46,000-kilogram craft to the anchor buoy is dead slow. Dev and Dave keep watch out the hatches, while Roy assists Jim in the boat.
Not sure what the problem is yet. Some sort of fuel flow. Could be as simple as a line or a fitting, or something a lot more serious.
Once the plane's moored, Jim climbs in to get the full story.
We had no indication ourselves. The engineers alerted to us. One of them was doing a walk around, noticed either some fuel or some oil coming from number 4 engine.
With the maintenance team still on rest, Jim's counting on the flight crew to get the plane back in the game.
We've already lost some hours on the day, and like a good Indy pit stop, we're still looking to try to scramble ourselves back out and get over target.
At least it's not a fuel leak.
Got an oil leak.
But until they can find the source of the trouble, the Mars is still on the sidelines. After an hour, they find the cause: a loose coupling on an oil pressure transmitter.
Trying to put the accessory cowls back on. Yep.
Access ladder stowed, and they're ready to fly.
We think it's all good now, so we're gonna cast off the buoy and just do some checks as they taxi out, but we're pretty confident that it's all good.
The Mars is back on the job. The 66-year-old plane turns in and out of treacherous canyons as if it were newly minted. But then, Jim checks his flight tracking screen.
Looks like it's coming in.
The Mars is inbound to base, and there are still hours of daylight left. The plane is beyond radio contact, and Jim isn't feeling optimistic.
Dang. Oh, I'm not sure what's going on. My suspicions would say they've had a stuck probe on pickup, and therefore they're coming back.
Once again, the Mars is making an unscheduled pit stop. But why is anyone's guess. The world's largest water bomber has beaten back the worst of Mexico's wildfires. But just hours after the flight crew repaired an oil leak and got back in the game, they've suddenly abandoned the fight and are headed back to base.
LOL base.
LOL will be running drilling.
Copy that. Is that it for the day?
Yeah, I guess so.
Any issues with the aircraft?
No, the airplane's working.
Woo!
Mexico's fire officials called an early end to the day.
And 76 will be inbound as well? Copy that, standing by at the boat.
16 days into the 20-day contract, the Mars has extinguished all its targets.
It was laying down pretty good. You could tell where we had been.
Quite a difference this afternoon from this morning.
Yeah, she performed like a top.
Yeah. You got the flight sheet there, Dev? Beauty, thank you. Just about 100,000 liters dropped. 4 drops, so 19.5 imperial gallons. That's good numbers for 4 drops. Yeah. That'll have an impact, for sure.
Until further notice, the Mars is on standby. That gives Wayne Coulson a chance to offer one aviation enthusiast the ultimate flying experience.
That'll wake you up.
That wakes you up every time.
One of Wayne's pet projects is to offer select pilots with a passion for the Mars a chance to fly it.
You know, the 3350s that we operate are in the Sea Furies or the Rare Bear.
Texas oilman and billionaire Rod Lewis is a pilot and a collector of vintage aircraft.
Of course, runs the race team.
Based in San Antonio, he made the trip out to Del Rio as soon as he heard there might be a chance to fly.
Hi, Rod. Welcome aboard the Martin Mars.
How you doing?
Yeah.
It's one awesome airplane.
Yeah, thank you.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
The Mars has done a really good job, and it's great to have someone like Rod Lewis join us as an aviation enthusiast to come and fly the Mars before we take her back home to BC.
Hey, pilot engineer, leaning out all 4.
Roger.
Of the 7 Mars seaplanes built, this is the only one still flying.
Can I have a little friction, please?
Roger.
Piloting the Mars puts Rod among a select group of aviators.
Well, how the hell was that? That's excellent. Yeah, it gives a new meaning to the gentle giant.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You got a hell of a team.
Oh, thank you.
Hell
Yeah,
of a
they're
team
great
and
people.
A hell of a machine.
Yeah.
And a hell of a mission. Dev and Jim can look back with pride on what's been accomplished.
We've been working many days here now, so and we are seeing some progress. Fires are starting to lay down, and it's looking good. So hopefully they're going to send us home pretty soon.
It's been a long, hard grind, but we're there. You know, we had some great missions. Lots of adverse weather, wind and lightning that slowed us down, but the old girl ran great. Most fires are under control. The ground crews are in now. Guys are pretty beat. Time to pack up. Time to head her out.
105 hours of flying time, 16 consecutive days, 1.8 million liters dropped. Downtime, just 3 hours.
We could take this airplane any place on the planet, and I would not be concerned that we would miss a day of work. These guys are absolutely excellent. They love the airplane, and they love the job.
At last, it's time to head home.
All right, fuel's coming at you, Bob. Your go-home fuel load. This one will take you back up to BC.
They won't have long to rest. Within days, the Mars and her crew will be back at it, battling blazes in the forests of British Columbia. As it swoops low over Lake Amistad, Pete and the crew can't help wondering how many more missions the Mars has in her.
Well, the airplane's 66 years old. It's probably going to end up in a museum one day. I hate to see it retire, but you know, when it goes for its rest, it'll be well earned.
Until that day, the mighty Mars will keep on fighting fires like no other aircraft can. Move over, Jumbo Jet. This is the Airbus A380, the world's largest passenger plane. It's fast, fuel efficient, and holds over 500 with room to spare.
It's a big day, it's a big lady.
A game changer that's also a big gamble.
For everybody, there will be some kind of a learning curve here.
Airlines like Lufthansa are betting on it to win over customers and maximize profits.
Welcome to a very special occasion.
Morgan. They're about to send their newest A380 into uncharted territory.
Okay.
Where it will need to prove its worth every penny. Frankfurt Airport, the main hub for Lufthansa. The German carrier operates the world's fourth largest fleet of passenger planes, but they're struggling with a growing problem. While the demand for air travel is increasing, many busy airports have already maxed out on takeoff and landing slots. Airport congestion is ironically killing profits. Enter the Airbus A380, the world's largest passenger plane. It carries 100 more passengers than a 747, but burns 12% less fuel. It should be a winning combination: lower gas bills and more paying customers. Lufthansa's target is a fleet of 15. And today, they're about to buy number 8. At the Airbus Delivery Center in Hamburg, Germany, Lufthansa's Heiner Kramer is about to place a multi-million-dollar bet. At $375 million, the A380 is the most expensive passenger plane ever made.
Hello.
Hello.
Jane. I have to say this takeover of the 380 Airbus is a very hard job because it is a very big aircraft and it is a very complex aircraft.
A little bit more work to do?
Let's start, yeah.
In the room with Heiner are Airbus representatives from the technical and commercial sides. Marko Počkat has overseen the flight tests and final inspection of the A380.
The weighing report.
Okay,
This is the actual weighing report of MSN 70.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And this document describes the electrical status of the aircraft.
If the performance data does not measure up, or he's not satisfied with the results, Heiner has the power to walk away.
A little bit heart beating to sign an aircraft, especially to sign a 380 aircraft.
Well, Heiner, if you're satisfied with the documentation we provided to you, then I would be pleased if you could sign that for me.
The assembly of Lufthansa's latest A380 began exactly 1 year ago in Toulouse, France. Christopher Stonehouse is the head of the A380 customer program. Since their first delivery in 2007, it's been a struggle to meet their goal of churning out 4 Super Jumbos every month.
Here at Station 40, we put the whole aircraft together in one shot. Each wing weighs in the order of about 37 tons, and the fuselage we're looking at is about 70 tons. So the parts and sizes are huge and they're quite heavy.
Weight and size are obvious impediments to speed, but so too is the supply chain. Airbus has thousands of suppliers in 30 countries building components for their planes. The largest are shipped from the UK, Spain, and Germany. From the Atlantic coast, they're floated up the Garonne River before being put back onto trucks for the last stage of the journey.
When these sections are delivered down to Toulouse, they've all been fully equipped. So all of the hydraulic lines are inside the fuselage, all of the electrical harnesses are inside the fuselage, so it's just a question of joining it up and then connecting up all of the pieces.
And when the giant sections finally arrive, Airbus expects them to fit together with surgical precision.
The tolerance that we're working to in terms of the wing to center section join is in the order of about 40 microns. Now that might not mean a lot to you, but that is basically about the thickness of a piece of paper.
With such a complicated process, it's little wonder that, while over 200 planes have been ordered, to date, only 50 have been delivered. When completed, the finished product is a revolution in aircraft design. The A380 is both longer and taller than the iconic 747. At almost 80 meters, its wingspan stretches farther than the Wright brothers' first flight. Despite its massive size, the A380 needs to deliver maximum fuel economy. Almost a quarter of its structure is composite materials to reduce weight and allow airlines to load up on fancy cabin trimmings.
We're looking today at an airplane that has a maximum takeoff weight of nearly 570 tons, which is quite a lot. We look at the weights with the airline and we're able to see how much weight is going on with the special features, the seats, the weight of the galleys, things to heat up towels, cappuccino machines, toasters. So all of those items we look at to see how much the total weight will be, and then the airline can decide as well whether or not they want to take those particular items.
Every step of the process is checked and rechecked by Airbus, and then by Lufthansa representatives.
Sometimes we a little bit astonished about the complexity of the delivery and also of the aircraft itself. It is very big and very new from the technical standpoint.
It's very important if a customer declares an acceptance of an aircraft from the technical point of view. So that is my target.
By this point, Heiner and his team have finished kicking the tires. Now, it's time to pay up.
Patrick, hi, there's Ian. Lufthansa have released the funds. Can you check whether we've received them already?
Congratulations. Thank you so much.
After a $375 million purchase, anyone might need a drink. For Lufthansa, the challenge of building their latest A380 is over. But for their expensive gamble to pay off, it needs to win over passengers and airport crews who have never encountered an aircraft this size.
And at the moment, the A380 is a white elephant on the world because about 50 aircraft are flying around the world. And so all the airports have to prepare new processes for this new aircraft.
Lufthansa's latest purchase is joining a super jumbo fleet about to make history as the first to service San Francisco's international terminal. The A380 is billed as a fast, fuel-efficient, and luxurious airliner that passengers will pay a premium to experience. But if it fails to deliver on those promises, it's money down the drain. Lufthansa is betting that bigger is better. They're committed to buying 15 A380s with a price tag of $375 million each. Their A380s have already proven themselves a success on routes into Asia and South Africa. Now, the push is on to expand into the United States.
It's a very special occasion indeed. As a matter of fact, the first time ever an Airbus A380 is flying into San Francisco on a scheduled service.
Captain Jürgen Rops is Lufthansa's chief pilot and in command today. He flew the airline's first A380 to Johannesburg.
I would say it was my baby from the very beginning, so I'm happy to have this flight today.
Together with Captain Ingo Meyerdierks and First Officer Harold Chira, Jürgen's reviewing the flight plan.
Wesentliches, ja. Company Info brauchen wir nicht. Und dann gucken wir.
The route to the U.S. has been plotted using a computer program. Potential traffic jams, weight, and weather have all been accounted for.
When you have a lot of wind on your nose, for instance, then of course the flight time is a little bit longer. Up to 1 hour, even 1 hour 20 minutes sometimes, on long-range flights.
But that's not what's in store now.
Today we have very calm winds on the North Atlantic, so the flight time is pretty fast. It's 10.5 hours.
And on this maiden voyage, that's not a good thing.
We will be around about half an hour early in San Francisco, which is not good because all the media expect us on time, so we have to lose some time en route.
Lufthansa expects pilots to arrive safely and on time, and do it as efficiently as possible. They're counting on Jürgen to take only the fuel he needs. It's their biggest expenditure, and they don't want to waste a drop.
Und dann sind wir bei 160. 160. Dann können wir noch ein bisschen rumduddeln.
Ja. Just in case.
Okay.
You never know.
Yeah.
His last order of business is signing for the $150,000 worth of jet fuel they'll need to reach San Francisco.
Sehr schön. Voila.
Jürgen's a veteran with the A380. But the crew on the receiving end is not.
44 right and 45 left.
San Francisco is one of America's top 10 busiest airports. And today, it's about to get a lot busier. A decade ago, they upgraded their international terminal to handle super jumbos. And now they're about to welcome their first regularly scheduled A380 flight.
I think as it is the first passenger aircraft of this size in San Francisco, of course, I think that for everybody there will be some kind of a learning curve there.
On the ramp in Frankfurt, it's full steam ahead. Their historic departure is 1 hour away. 600 pieces of luggage, food for 500, and tons of fuel for the journey all need to be loaded in a carefully choreographed sequence. The hundreds tasked with getting it ready work in an imaginary 80-meter by 80-meter box. The A380 itself takes up most of the space, along with the 3 jetways required to get the passengers on board the double-decker in 30 minutes. Inside the terminal, Lufthansa flight manager Fustero Morales is the man responsible for pulling out on time.
If the flight would be completely full, we could load more than 500.
With just 30 minutes until boarding begins, he feels the pressure.
That's the biggest challenge. That's what I'm responsible for, to be in time. If not, I have to explain why.
To load his passengers quickly, he needs his overhead screens to direct them.
We have a slight problem with our screen.
But one of them is on the fritz.
Funktionieren nicht. Und es wäre heute sehr wichtig, dass es funktioniert.
Fustero's roughly 500 passengers will not be treated equally. His premium guests will be welcomed in the first-class cabin on the upper deck. With only 8 seats, there's plenty of room for extending each one into a bed almost 2 meters in length. The restrooms are what you'd expect for $10,000 a ticket. Another 98 passengers sharing the upper deck will make do with business class. Below them, on the first floor, the economy section holds another 420.
Ja, Clayton,
Robert Clayton is an operations agent, and he's Fustero's counterpart on the outside. Right now, he's supervising the loading of the luggage and cargo.
Yeah, you put him on 22 Romeo and move one of the baggage containers on 14 Lima.
He's following a plan that distributes the weight of the load evenly for maximum fuel economy.
What we have to watch about, it's the balance of the aircraft. It always depends on the passengers, where they are sitting. If the aircraft is not full, we have sometimes surprises, and maybe 10-15 minutes before departure, the flight will be out of balance and we have to reposition the load.
It's all going well, until there's a problem with catering that could delay the boarding. He heads inside to get Fustero up to speed.
Weil wir, ja, Catering hatte das Fahrzeug austauschen müssen, weil es war kaputt, dass wir eventuell später anfangen. Eventuell 3 Minuten können wir gut, fangen wir an.
Fustero can't board until the catering guys are gone, so he's stuck.
Ja, du kannst mich anrufen. Ja, ich sag Bescheid. Okay, gut. Danke. Ja, gut.
At least his broken screen is well on the way to getting fixed.
We are well ahead of
Meanwhile, Jürgen preps the rest of his team. To look after his 495 passengers, he'll rely on a cabin crew of 22.
And weather in San Francisco is crystal clear blue sky, sunshine, top temperatures around 19 degrees Celsius wise. And there is no turbulence or no weather reported en route on our way to San Francisco.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Your Lufthansa Star Alliance inaugural flight to San Francisco with the Airbus A380 is now ready for boarding.
You have your boarding pass? Yeah, just through here, through the entrance. Everything all right? We start boarding first in business class. So, we are pretty on time. I suppose in 10 minutes we have them all.
But 10 minutes later, things are not good.
So 30 missing. Sometimes I can't explain where the passengers disappear.
The curtain is rising on Lufthansa's first A380 flight to San Francisco. But without passengers, the show can't go on. Lufthansa's first A380 flight from Frankfurt to San Francisco is loaded with food, fuel, and luggage for the trip. All it needs now are some missing passengers.
30 missing. Sometimes I can't explain where the passengers disappear. Passengers Blaise, Boy, Engel, Fröhlich, Hoffmann, Krüger, Kurt, Marino, Peuter, Schmidt.
Finally, the last stragglers appear.
Sekunde, ich schau mal, Sekunde.
Just 2 minutes behind schedule, Jürgen's cleared to the active runway. Empty, his jet weighed 270,000 kilograms. With fuel, food, and passengers, it now tips the scales closer to 500,000. Jürgen advances the throttle, and the A380 accelerates.
Power set.
Seconds later, both pilots confirm their airspeed indicators match.
100. Check.
When the cockpit's automated voice calls out, they're committed to the takeoff. There's not enough runway left to stop.
Rotate.
If all goes well, they'll touch down in San Francisco, and history will be made. Jürgen engages the A380's flight management system that will steer the jet to California. He likes to fly it manually, but not for 11 hours straight.
I think from a pilot's point of view, in spite of its weight and its size, It's very responsive, extremely responsive to the control inputs by the pilot when it is flown manually. You wouldn't expect such a heavy aircraft to respond in such a fast way.
From Frankfurt, they'll head north over the Netherlands and the UK. They'll see Iceland and Greenland before turning south over Canada. After almost 11 hours and 9,000 kilometers later, they'll finally touch down in San Francisco.
Lufthansa 454, Maastricht.
Lufthansa 454, go ahead.
Out of curiosity, since when has Lufthansa started operating the A380 to San Francisco?
This is the first time.
Oh, I see. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Any contacts available?
I will see what we can do.
A medical emergency, severe weather, or a technical glitch are the only things that can threaten an on-time arrival. If the situation is severe enough to force a landing, Jürgen is prepared.
We always have alternate airports. As a matter of fact, during the whole flight, also here in this area, on the North Atlantic, over Iceland, over Greenland, over northern part of Canada, you always have to have in mind airports where you can go down just in case of something happens, in case of emergency or whatsoever.
Unplanned diversions can force passengers to make a speedy exit. FAA regulations call for planes in trouble to be emptied in 90 seconds flat. Even A380s. Goodrich, located in Phoenix, Arizona, was already well versed in building evacuation slides for large passenger planes. But when Airbus approached them about the A380, they needed to think big.
The evacuation of the aircraft was one of the main challenges for the A380 because of the upper deck slides, how high they were, and getting people down the slides safely.
220 square meters of high-strength urethane fabric is cut and bonded together by hand to fashion one giant slide. When inflated, they need to be massive, but in flight, they need to take up as little space as possible.
It's 55 feet long, an A380 upper deck slide, and it's amazing that we can go from this slide all the way over to this pack slide and get it into this small of a space right here.
Packing them up is a chore. The 82-kilogram slide must fit into a tiny slot at the base of the door.
1, 2, 3.
Whatever it takes. Before they can be installed on an A380, every slide is tested in conditions that replicate a real-world emergency, right down to the freezing temperatures the slides can be at, after an emergency descent from the ice-cold air at 30,000 feet.
We're ready for deployment.
This one was a success. It inflated in time, all the lights are on, the pressure was correct, and there was also someone who was able to slide down the slide perfectly without getting hurt.
Back in the air, Jürgen's A380 is cruising into Canadian airspace, weighing 70 tons less than it did at takeoff. Its engines are sipping fuel at the rate of 4 liters per passenger for every 100 kilometers flown. Meanwhile, in San Francisco, preparations are in full swing for the A380's arrival.
We know that this is going to be the first one ready, so we'll plan it accordingly.
Denise Stevens is a Lufthansa operations agent about to experience a watershed moment in her career. After weeks of training, she'll be in charge of looking after the A380 while it's on the ground. She has a tough act to follow. Her colleagues in Frankfurt are among the world's best.
Okay, so we just have to figure out what our game plan is today because this is unusual. This is not a typical day.
Assisting Denise is Alkin Arkadas, a 12-year veteran at San Francisco, who knows that today they'll be making history.
All of them know what hangs. Okay, thank you. Thanks.
You need the voucher?
It's a big day, it's a big lady. 495 passengers.
Plane's coming in a little over an hour.
Denise and her team will have just 2 hours to turn the giant around and send it back to Europe. Time will be tight, and her cast of rookies will need to bring their A game to make it happen. Lufthansa's first A380 flight from Frankfurt to San Francisco is now in U.S. airspace and just 2 hours from arrival.
Lufthansa 454, same Mach number.
Lufthansa 454, Mach 84.
For the last 9 hours, Jürgen and his crew have relied on the A380's cockpit automation to monitor their progress. Every 15 minutes, those same computers have also been quietly updating maintenance engineers back in Frankfurt about the jet's performance. Lufthansa's A380s are checked daily in a state-of-the-art facility built exclusively for the fleet. Tonight, Torsten Vaxman and his team have just 10 hours to inspect one before it leaves for Tokyo in the morning.
Today we're having on this aircraft from the start of work 5 people at the aircraft. We got a whole bunch of work to do because there are many jobs between our weekly check.
The goal is to use the A380's self-monitoring to be proactive, fixing snags before they become major issues.
Yeah, we can see any failure that has occurred during flight. We can see that and check it.
Right now, he's chasing down a cooling problem the system has detected in the cabin. Below the wings, Patrick Young has discovered a more serious issue, one that could keep this jet from ever leaving the ground.
We have a leakage on the hydraulic hose up there. Whenever there is a leak, we have to look for it. It needs attention right away.
The hoses are the vanes of 2 separate hydraulic systems that move control surfaces on the wings and tail. Adjusting their position allows the plane to climb, descend, and make turns. Small pumps, titanium couplings, and Kevlar hoses combine to make the hydraulic systems both lightweight and compact. But they must stand up to intense pressures when called on to maneuver the A380.
Yeah, you cannot detect a hydraulic leak via the electronics, but you would have to place sensors everywhere around the aircraft, and that's impossible.
Luckily for Patrick, the hose is easy to reach, and the leak is an isolated problem. It's an unplanned repair, but something the team can accommodate in the shift. An hour later, Marcus has solved his cabin cooling problem by replacing a faulty switch and has moved on to a tire inspection.
You got so many tests you can do where the computer tells you right away which part is defect and what you have to change, but in this case, the computer cannot see the tire is worn or there's a damage on the tire.
The massive tires are too valuable to throw away. This one will be resurfaced as many as 8 times before it finally gets sent for scrap.
Okay.
Hours before the A380 is to return to service, Patrick has installed a new Kevlar hose. But he can't send it back to work until he brings the system up to full pressure and checks for leaks.
That was the final step, because now we know that the system pressure, which is normally on this tiny hose, reaches that now, and now the aircraft can go back into service.
454, Roger. Reduce to Mach 82 for sequence.
454, reduce Mach 82.
Airborne for almost 10 hours, Jürgen and his 495 passengers are now approaching the northern border of California and running ahead of schedule. Pilots new to the A380 must take a leap of faith and learn to trust the automation that controls most of the flight.
The technology on this aircraft is the latest, most sophisticated one. As a matter of fact, that's the first paperless cockpit. And the big difference compared to other aircraft, not regarding the weight and the size of the aircraft, is the way how you communicate with this aircraft.
Learning to communicate with the A380 requires 70 hours of rigorous pilot training in a simulator that needs to replicate the real thing flawlessly. CAE in Montreal, Canada built the very first A380 simulator. Their customers hand over $20 million per sim, expecting it to handle exactly like a real jet that costs almost 20 times more.
The first scenario is going to be a landing on an icy runway.
Engineer Eric Vernier and pilot John Morehouse are putting a new A380 simulator to the test before it's delivered to another airline.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard.
And every time the system crashes,
We're running into something here.
Yes.
Yeah.
it's back to the drawing board.
Maybe the database is not up to date, or
no.
Some correction should that.
Yeah.
The A380 flight deck features over 1,500 pieces of software and over 1 million lines of code. The thought that the computers can freeze or that the screens could go blank might make passengers nervous, but Eric's not concerned.
If, let's say, we have absolutely no screen available, we still have all the documentation available through the what we call the NSS, and there's 2 laptops for backup.
The laptops allow the pilots to reconnect into the A380's computer network, as well as providing all the technical assistance they could ever need.
All fire, push button, off.
After Eric's made some adjustments, John wants another crack at landing on the icy runway.
See how long the landing roll is with maximum auto brake on a slippery runway.
This time, the scenario plays out a little better.
There's 40 knots and it is not good. I'll put on full manual brakes. Try some reverse. Not bad off the runway, but on the overrun.
Once their tests are completed, they'll deliver the simulator to a waiting customer whose pilots can get the experience they need before flying with real passengers.
Lufthansa 454, reset the transponder squawk 3263.
Ladies and gentlemen, your captain once again.
Back on board the historic flight to San Francisco, the flight crew expects a routine approach and landing.
First container, you're gonna load that direction as usual?
But on the ground in San Francisco, it's anything but routine. In less than 1 hour, Denise and her crew will be unloading and reloading San Francisco's first revenue-generating A380 flight. Balancing the tons of cargo, luggage, and passengers is critical, and it's up to Denise to get it right.
I think the difference is going to be with the load planning, because it's a very nose-heavy aircraft.
So, but then again, 2, 4, 6, 8.
The ground crew has 2 massive cargo holds for a mix of luggage containers and pallets. The larger one in the back holds up to 16,000 kilograms. The front hold is slightly smaller and takes 12,000 kilograms.
We need 16 spots for the containers. Can we put 3 in the front and 2 in the back? Does that work?
Lufthansa mechanic Chen Yu-Chun has worked on A380s before, but he's still concerned about turning the plane around in such a short time.
Normally it has only 2 hours 15 ground time in San Francisco, which is a very tight schedule.
The crew on the ground would like more time with the plane, but Jurgen's doing everything he can to delay his arrival.
Lufthansa 454, understand you need to delay for landing at 1850.
The welcome party has been planned around an on-time arrival, and Jurgen does not want to disappoint.
Lufthansa 454, maintain flight level 2900.
But their fate rests with busy air traffic controllers, who have other priorities.
Line up and wait.
Lufthansa's first A380 flight from Frankfurt to San Francisco is less than 160 kilometers from touchdown, but in no hurry to land.
And Lufthansa 454, maintain 280 knots for the signal.
Jürgen wants to make sure they arrive exactly on schedule.
Lufthansa 454, understand you need to delay for landing at 1850.
The reason is that a lot of media are awaiting us is 380, and if we are too early, we sport that day, you know.
He's hoping to delay by flying a sightseeing route over San Francisco Bay and the Golden Gate Bridge.
Lufthansa 454, make it right 360 for delay and direct point raise.
But instead, they are sent out over the Pacific to join other aircraft lining up to land.
That's actually not what we want.
Alaska 895, when proceed direct City, maintain 5,000.
Direct City, maintain 5,000, Alaska 895.
Another attempt, and this time they get a better result.
Lufthansa 454, roger. I'll just take you out on the present heading, and then we'll get you in there at 1850.
Jürgen and Harold prepare for landing. Statistically speaking, it's the riskiest phase of the flight. In minutes, the A380's massive landing gear will need to absorb the crushing impact of 168,000 kilograms of airplane. At the Goodrich manufacturing facility outside Toronto, Canada, engineers building the gear shoulder a huge responsibility. They make landing gear for everything from small private jets to Boeing 777s, but nothing comes close to the size and complexity of the A380.
When you get into the A380, it's just so much bigger. So we had to come up with unique ways of building it and maintaining the quality built into the product at this level because of the sheer magnitude size of it.
In addition to the nose gear, the A380 needs 4 undercarriages to support the fuselage. The body gear has 6 wheels, while the wing gear feature 4. Together, they spread out the weight, allowing the A380 to use any runways already capable of handling 747s. Making the A380's landing gear strong is only half the equation. To meet fuel efficiency targets, the gear needs to weigh as little as possible.
There's always a trade-off between weight and cost. Whenever you're trying to reduce weight, it always happens to be more expensive. So we've had to use some more expensive and more exotic materials like titanium.
Just locking her in. Okay, we're tight. Good at this end. I think we're good.
The original raw steel used for the main body gear arrives weighing 5,900 kilograms. It's precision sculpted down to a slim 860 kilograms by the time it's ready for assembly.
When we started on the forging, we were looking at a wall thickness that was nearly 5 inches in thickness. Now, through the finished product, we're down under an inch, and the product is shaped to minimize the weight of the product, but maximize the strength.
The entire assembly process takes 7 months. Eventually, the pieces are tested to ensure they can withstand the constant cycle of takeoffs and landings.
It's designed on Airbus to go 12 years of service, and we're trying to move to 14 to have a further life after that time period.
Lufthansa 454 Super NorCal approach.
Back in the air, Jürgen is minutes from touchdown.
Lufthansa 454 Super contact San Francisco Tower 120.5.
On the ground, emergency vehicles are rallied. They'll offer a traditional salute to mark the arrival of Lufthansa's first A380 to San Francisco.
Lufthansa 454 Super San Francisco Tower, good afternoon, welcome. Runway 28 right, clear to land, wind 29017, caution wake turbos, heavy 767 is short final.
Get on. Gear down.
In 2000, long before the first A380 was built, San Francisco christened a new terminal capable of accommodating a Super Jumbo.
100.
Over a decade later, their first paying customer is pulling in.
30, 20, retard.
retard.
Lufthansa 454 Super, turn left at the second high speed is Quebec. Have a good day.
It's a moment for celebration. And a once-in-a-lifetime photo op. For Jurgen and his crew, the job is over. But the clock is ticking for Denise and her team. They've got just over 2 hours to unload and inspect the plane, then refuel, reload, and send it back to Frankfurt.
It's a challenge to put all 3 jet bridges on, because we've never done this before, so it may take them a while.
First day or not, the passengers inside expect to leave on time, and it's up to Denise to see they do. Inside the terminal, dignitaries and crew are celebrating the first A380 flight from Frankfurt to San Francisco. The prospect of another 35,000 visitors a year coming into the city isn't lost on Board of Supervisors President David Chu.
This means economic stimulus of over 1,300 new direct and indirect jobs a year, over $100 million in new business revenue to the city.
To San Francisco. Happy landings.
Outside on the ramp, it's all business. While refueling begins, Chen Yu checks the landing gear and tires.
The wheels have some damages. We have to fix it and change the wheel before the next flight.
Yeah, because the engine's in the way anyway, so.
To reach the A380's upper deck requires a specially designed catering truck. It's the driver's first time attempting to get the lift into the right position. But after a few attempts, success, and the loading begins. Denise moves on to the cargo holds.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 containers. This position here is going to be empty.
And Chen Yu has moved on to inspect the flaps.
The leading edge area of the flap is very crucial for the aerodynamic smoothness, but everything is okay.
With just a few minutes until boarding begins, Denise has the end in sight.
We're getting close to the end. We just have to finish loading the containers in the forward hold and in the rear hold. By then they should have all the passengers, and we'll close it up and send this baby back to Frankfurt.
Jordan is a party of 4.
In the terminal, the celebration is over. The crew at the gate is putting everything they've got into loading 460 passengers on the first A380 flight to Frankfurt.
Checking.
Magali Durand is Lufthansa's check-in manager, and some of her passengers are in danger of losing their place in history.
So right now I can see the time. We're missing 24, more or less.
Missing passengers can mean a substantial delay and send Denise's crew scrambling.
If a passenger doesn't show up, we have to pull all the containers out, pull the bag off, and put it back on, and then push the plane back before departure time.
But finally, all are present and accounted for. And just in time, the doors are closed.
Oof. Good job. We're done. Good job.
Outside, it's a final boarding call for the last to load. 2 small dogs heading to Europe on holiday. Denise delivers the final numbers to the captain so he can verify his weight and balance calculations.
Okay, so load sheet number 1, you have an LMC of -2 passengers in economy, -200, plus 4 bags in compartment 5, plus 60. See you next time. Have fun flying home.
For the San Francisco ramp crew, it's been a day of firsts. But for the A380 to be successful, the mad scramble to unload and reload will need to become standard operating procedure at airports worldwide.
It was good. This is the biggest ever made. And it's gonna be a challenge all around, to be honest. It's just the size of it. It's gonna be a challenge for everybody, every day. It's just the way it is.
Everyone gets excited about having a new aircraft, you know, especially, you know, when it's big, so, you know, we gotta think a little more, but nothing that we can't handle.
Lufthansa 469 Super, runway 28 right, cleared for takeoff.
The A380 has forever changed how passenger aircraft are built, flown, and maintained. Although only a fraction of the 250 on order are flying commercially, its impact on the industry has been dramatic.
Frontier 665, visual 28 right.
The complete fly-by-wire of the 380, the complete electronic control of the aircraft, the complete monitoring of all the functions by computers. I think that is, on the 380, absolutely on the highest level compared to other aircraft on the world.
As Lufthansa's A380s conquer new destinations, it's a safe bet that to compete for customers, other airlines will need to either go big or go home. The Skibird is the go-to aircraft for tough jobs in frozen places, from pole to pole. The world's largest ski plane is heading to Greenland.
You keep an eye on those throttles.
On a vast ice sheet, scientists' lives and livelihoods depend on these planes.
If we didn't have the Skibirds to support a project like this, we just couldn't do it.
Now, their expedition is in its final days, and vicious winter storms are on the way. The Skibirds face a daunting task: get the team and their gear out before they're buried under snow and ice.
8 out.
It's a steamy summer morning at the National Guard base in Schenectady, New York. But this LC-130 Hercules is not going to the beach.
I know, but on the rim. Hey, but you got more. Grab this strap, would you?
Master Sergeant Bill Madrian and his team are fitting it with a 2,000-pound ski.
Again, guys, you do not want to put your finger in there, because if something happens, these arms, for some reason or another, slam down, slice the finger off.
Wait, is he cranking the gear up outside?
Oh!
It's a balancing act of precision and brute force.
Sometimes they go on, they slide on like butter.
I think we're right in the sweet spot right now. You're go in. There you go.
Other times they fight with every inch of the way. Come on, one more time.
There are only 10 modified Hercules Skibirds, and they're all based here with the 109th Airlift Wing in upstate New York. 3 are heading to Greenland to evacuate climate scientists from the ice cap. Takeoff is in 48 hours. Piloting one of the Hercs is Captain Eric Wood.
What I love about flying the LC-130 is the how unique the mission is, how unique the aircraft is. It's the largest ski aircraft in the world. Handles like a small airplane. It's kind of like being a bush pilot, but in a large military aircraft.
The crews of the 109th only know one season, winter. 6 months near the North Pole, 6 months at the South. Their planes are the only lifeline for scientists studying climate change. Flight engineer Corey Palmatier has the huge responsibility of making sure their plane is good to go before he joins Eric Wood on the flight deck.
The only way I can verify the airplane is safe to fly
is by looking at every piece and part that I can physically see and make sure that there's no damage.
The Hercules lives up to its name. It can carry 2 armored personnel carriers. It stretches 30 meters long and stands 12 meters high. Its high lift generating wing is 40 meters tip to tip. The Herc has proven itself indispensable in extreme environments. The first one rolled off the Lockheed assembly line in 1955. More than 2,000 planes later, they're used for everything from troop transport to air-to-air refueling, and from firebomber to aerial gunship. During the Cold War, the ski variant supplied remote radar stations across the far north. And decades later, the Herc is still the aircraft of choice for polar missions. 90 minutes from takeoff, Loadmasters Nick O'Neill and Logan Brennan are positioning the supplies and equipment they'll need for the operation. The weight of the cargo and where it sits have a direct impact on how the plane handles.
We're a little different than a regular C-130. Instead of a usual load plan, it's more light in the front, heavier in the back, giving it a little back weight just so we can get the nose up when we go and taking off. That's a real big angle.
From Schenectady, New York, the Skibirds will fly over 3,000 kilometers over eastern Canada, across the Davis Strait, and into Sunderstrom Air Base on Greenland's west coast. Every summer on Greenland's ice cap, scientists gather to peer into the past. Buried under more than 2 kilometers of layered snow and ice is a record of the Earth's climate, dating back over 100,000 years. Scientists like Professor Dorte Daliensen are on the cutting edge of climate research. They've been drilling into the ice cap for the past 4 months. But the brief Arctic summer is fading fast. They've got to pack up their ice core samples and get out before winter returns.
The Skibirds, they're just everything. If we didn't have the Skibirds to support a project like this, we just couldn't do it. So they are simply our lifeline, and they are so great to work with.
Back in the US, the crew is doing a final weather check for their 6-hour flight.
Hey Pat, can you hand me the charts for St. John's?
Aircraft Commander Eric Wood briefs his team.
Looks like we have a flight planned at flight level 170, 270 knots, through Pepke on our way up to Sonderstrom. We're following an alternate of St. John's. We're carrying enough fuel for a couple hours of holding. Correct.
Right.
How much fuel do we need?
We need 51.
Navigator Lieutenant Colonel Samantha East's calculations call for 51,000 pounds, 23,000 kilos of fuel. More than enough to make the trip. But Captain Wood is always looking for places to put down in case of mechanical problems.
That's extremely critical. Luckily today with a Skibird, with an airplane with skis on it, we do have options to go land in the snow if we ever absolutely needed to as an emergency.
30 minutes to takeoff, Wood makes one last inspection.
Most problems with an airplane you can notice from a distance when you're walking out to the airplane, whether a wingtip is leaning to one side or not. They'll tell you whether or not you got a soft tire or a flat tire. And make sure I have a clear taxi route out of parking. And I do.
Schenectady ground, good morning. We'll be requesting runway 4 for takeoff.
You're hitting Schenectady ground, runway 4 taxi via Gulf 28 Kilo.
Wood and his crew are the first flight out. The other 2 Skibirds will follow. The Herc may handle like a bush plane in flight, but on the ground, it moves more like a transport truck.
With your 88 connected tower, runway 4, wind calm, close takeoff.
At full throttle, it takes 18 seconds to reach 100 knots. The Herc is heralded for its short takeoff performance, and the high lift wings take it into the air after using just 900 meters of runway. Once airborne, Loadmaster Logan Brennan has a new assignment. While the pilots are scanning the horizon, he's their eyes in the back.
We're looking to make sure there's no leaks, hydraulic, oil, fuel, just inspecting the underside of the wings, looking at the exhaust, trying to, if you can, look at the back of the engine, the cells to the front of the engine, and just really making sure there's nothing abnormal going on out there.
just over 10 minutes into the flight, and the pilots take the Herc through 15,000 feet. There are 7 crew members on board, but the buck stops here with Captain Wood.
You're managing the mission as aircraft commander. You try to keep the big picture, make sure the mission's progressing as it should.
Sitting over Wood's right shoulder, flight engineer Corey Palmatier is scanning the dials.
Well, my primary role is to operate and monitor all the systems on the aircraft, ensure everything is operating within their safe operating range.
Beside Wood, co-pilot Pat Newton is a relative newcomer to the cockpit.
I was a loadmaster back in the day, one of those guys. I joined in 2002, and I went away to pilot training in 2008, finished a couple years ago, so it's a blast.
4 hours after takeoff, the Herc has reached the Davis Strait, an aerial no man's land. This is the end of radar coverage until they reach land again. Wood and his crew are now invisible to air traffic controllers and must report their position based on their own instruments. Sam East and Rachel Limebaugh use their GPS and a slightly older technology, a periscopic sextant.
Right now, Rachel is taking a celestial shot, and she's actually measuring the height of the sun above the horizon. It's the same way that Columbus discovered America. We're just a little bit better at it than he was. The reason we do that is because we're in polar regions. If you run into problems with your onboard computer systems and navigation systems, there's nothing out there to help you. There's no radar, there's no ATC, there's no land-based navigation aids. It's just you.
With 1,000 kilometers of Davis Strait behind them, the coast of Greenland is now in sight.
Starting to look really pretty.
That's gorgeous. Well, we've just turned over this point, Mike Alpha right here, right on the coast of Greenland. And now we're headed inland here to the Sandstrom. The weather looks good, so we're going to be able to get below the clouds up here just a little bit, and you'll get a good view of Greenland.
Sandstrom Air Base is a relic of World War II and notorious for its sloping runway. For inbound pilots, landing on a hill creates a dangerous optical illusion. Some who failed to compensate have paid with their lives. On Greenland's ice cap, winter storms are just weeks away. 3 specialized Hercules Skibirds are en route, ready to evacuate climate scientists from their remote research stations.
Ski 73, runway 09, clear to land.
Clear to land at 9, near 73.
Eric Wood and his crew are inbound to Greenland's Sandstrom Air Base. The dramatic uphill slope of the runway creates a dangerous optical illusion.
Well, optical illusions can cause a lot of problems during landing. So this runway with a slope can give you the illusion that you're coming in too steep and make you want to get lower than you should be.
Pilots can make one of 2 mistakes. Flare too early for landing, and they'll run out of airspeed and crash to the ground. Or come in too fast and steep, and they risk damaging the plane.
Brakes slightly.
Ski 73, 180, backtrack and taxi left off on taxiway Delta.
For currency, we have to land here so many times within a year to maintain a currency for it because it is such a unique airport with so many optical illusions. Welcome to Greenland, home of the LC-130.
With all 3 Skibirds safely on the ground, the real work can begin. The officer in charge is Major Carlisle Norman, a 15-year veteran with the Skibirds and a master of logistics.
The worst case scenario, I'll get your second engineer for your pre-flights. 9-5. Alpha 1.
In addition to planning the final pull-out flights from the science camps, Norman needs to train his crews for their next assignment. In a few short weeks, they'll be on the other side of the world, flying ski missions in Antarctica.
My job is to make sure that I give them what they need to do their job. Make sure I keep the airplanes up and running. Make sure I keep them, not working long hours. My goal is always to make sure that I am treating my people as good as I can do it.
This morning, he's briefing Aircraft Commander Eric Wood and co-pilot Pat Newton on their mission to Nîmes, a remote research station in northern Greenland. It's 2.5 hours due north. What lies between is the unforgiving ice cap. Wood's evacuation flight, the second last of the season, will also carry in supplies for next season.
All right, so you're taking out 6 passengers to the camp in 2 pallets, and you're going to bring 4 pallets and about 10 passengers back from the camp.
All right. It's pretty warm out there today.
Yes, yes. With those temperatures and the 80 bottles, you guys should have no problem getting off the snow.
Great.
80, or assisted takeoff bottles, are packed with solid rocket fuel. Once ignited, 8 bottles give the Herc the explosive kick it needs to get airborne.
We might not be able to take off with the power we have available, or the snow could be too sticky. We're able to strap these onto our aircraft, and they provide about 8,000 pounds of thrust, which is about the equivalent of adding a 5th engine to the airplane, and should give us the few critical knots we'll need to accelerate off the snow.
Weather is the biggest obstacle when flying into the frontier, making a routine landing a potential disaster.
Some of the issues we're going to have today landing up at Nîmes is anytime there's an overcast layer of clouds, the white clouds and the white snow on the ground blend together, and we always talk about how it's like landing inside the middle of a ping pong ball. You have no reference on the ground to judge your height other than our radar altimeters we're using.
There are no other airfields between here and Nîmes, so managing their fuel is critical. Rachel is calculating the bingo fuel number. It's not an exact science. Rachel has to factor in the possibility of flying a holding pattern in case of bad weather at Nîmes, but still needs enough to get home safely.
When I give the aircraft commander our bingo fuel for what fuel we're looking for, to be like, we can't mess around on the ground anymore, we need to take off.
Number 4, turn it. 07. When you check on the tower, just make sure you let them know we got the bottles we need them to back taxi the runway.
The 80 rockets are high explosives. Ground control gives the Herc lots of room to maneuver, making sure that other planes keep their distance.
Co-pilot control. Roger.
For this takeoff, co-pilot Pat Newton is at the controls. The wheels are retracted into the fuselage, but the skis are not.
Landing gears up, skis are up. Go. Flaps up. Flaps up.
Exposed to headwinds, they create enough drag to limit the Skibird to 300 knots on the flight north, about 10% slower than a regular Herc.
360. Clear tram.
Clear tram.
On the ground at the Nîmes Ice Research Station, the science team is racing against time.
We need to align all the corners before we sort of pull it tight.
In a few short weeks, vicious winter storms will seal this place tight. For the last several weeks, they've bored hundreds of ice cores. Camp leader, Professor Dorte Del Jensen, has overseen some dramatic firsts for their research.
This is one of the last ice cores we drilled, and actually the reason why we came this year to drill the very, very deep ice that we find right at the bottom, the interface between the rock and the ice. So this is from the depth 2,538 meters.
The scientists are drilling into the Earth's history, retrieving samples of an ancient forest that once covered the now frozen landscape.
Because we have all the biological material sealed in the ice, it's totally untouched and frozen down, so it's so well preserved. Can't find anything like that in any other sources. So this is really, really exciting to come home and study.
Their research time has been invaluable, but it's quickly running out.
We're getting close to the time where we're closing camp, so we're building the pallets with all the equipment we need to send back to our labs in Europe and the US and Canada.
But the scientists will have to wait. Captain Wood and his crew are nearing Nîmes camp, and the weather has deteriorated.
They have whiteout can't land on that, so we're probably going to set up the holding pattern over the camp, and hopefully the weather will clear, we'll be able to land.
We take off in the morning being very optimistic that things are going to work out for the best. It's not always the case, and that's exactly what's happening today. So we're going to give it the best shot we can. Hopefully the timing works out, but if not, we always have tomorrow. We err on the side of caution.
Captain Wood enters a holding pattern high above Nîmes. If they circle for more than an hour, they'll be putting themselves in jeopardy, burning the fuel they'll need for the trip home. Back at Sunderstrom, Major Norman is dealing with another piece of bad news.
Copy 95, you guys got a fuel leak. I'll run in and talk to the SOM. I want you guys to go ahead and pack it up and come on inside for now. I'll see you inside.
We'll be right in. Gear 52.
A pre-flight inspection revealed a problem with one of the other Hercs.
You guys got up to 95 and being told they got a fuel leak?
Yep, the guys are out troubleshooting it now. It looks like the left-hand fuel manifold's leaking. We're going to check availability of part, and we're probably going to end up having a mechanic.
Okay.
Norman can't afford to have any of the Skibirds out of commission.
Try not to operate out in the ice cap without having at least one or two other birds as SAR birds, so search and rescues. Because if that plane were to go down on the ice cap, we wouldn't have the search and rescue capability within 24 hours to go out and rescue them.
Master Sergeant Frank Medea is under the hood.
Whenever you have a fuel leak, you want to make sure you take care of it right away because, you know, it could be catastrophic. You can lose lives. If it were to happen in flight, that would be a very bad thing. You know, very bad. And I found this hose was leaning up against the bleed air manifold here. They burnt the casing on the outside of it, and it was all wet, and fuel was oozing out of it.
Back in the US, this would be no big deal. But in Greenland, spare parts are hard to come by. With one Skibird unable to land and another stuck on the sidelines, the final mission of the season is on thin ice. Holding over a remote science camp on Greenland's ice cap and low on fuel, Captain Eric Wood wants to attempt a landing.
Visibility is down to almost nil whiteout conditions there. We've already begun our descent. So at this point, we're going to continue the approach and take a look and just hope that it's cleared up by the time we get there.
If the crew decides to abort, they'll have no choice but to head back to Sunderstrom Air Base. The Skibirds were designed to operate in extreme conditions, and co-pilot Pat Newton lives for this type of flying.
There's no other aviators in the world that have these. There's only 10 aircraft, and we have all of them. So it's a unique mission, unique capability. Not a lot of people get to experience this type of stuff.
To get his Skibird safely down on the ice cap, Captain Wood is relying on the plane's radar and his navigators, Rachel Linebaugh and Samantha East.
We have a low ceiling and 2 miles of visibility. So Rachel is going to be doing airborne radar approach, which will be talking the pilots down into the camp.
The onboard radar gives the crew a rudimentary picture of ground features and instant feedback about their altitude on the approach. Radar waves emitted from the base of the plane are bounced off the ground below, giving the crew their precise altitude to within 2 feet. Cutting through clouds, they've spotted the approach flags leading to the skiway.
I think you're starting to get flags. There they are.
I got the flags. Hallelujah. Right now I'm just lining up for the camp.
Okay.
A low-tech alternative to the landing lights of an airport, the flags start 3 kilometers from the skiway threshold.
We're looking at flags, and that's it for our reference to the ground. And it's really hard to tell how high you are off the ground, besides looking at our instruments.
Okay, approaching 4 miles. Recommended altitude is 8670.
Rachel calls out the altitude until the moment of touchdown.
100.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Flaps coming up. Offboard good. Prepare to offload. Knowledge load mesh.
Gear 42, welcome to Nîmes.
Now comes one of the Herc's coolest tricks, the combat offload. A way to get stuff out of the plane in a hurry. important if someone is shooting at you or if you're running out of gas.
An offload is a quick and expedient way of getting the cargo off the aircraft because time is precious when we're on the snow because you don't want to burn so much fuel.
Cruise combat offload checklist. Contra.
Aircraft Commander Eric Wood guns the engines, and the cargo pallet shoots out the back of the Hercules.
Power.
It's fuel to be stored for next year's research. An ice field is no ordinary airport. Any mechanical glitch here, and they're stranded, which is why they leave the engines running. But burning 1,300 liters an hour means they need to move fast. Pallets and an aerial drone are hustled on board. But their efforts come up short. Sam's calculations show they no longer have enough fuel to make it back to base. Back at Sunderstrom Air Base, a potential rescue plane is grounded because of a broken fuel line. Master Sergeant Carl Burkhardt and Staff Sergeant Eric Fuller are cannibalizing a line from the spare engine they bring along on every mission.
You okay?
Please don't twist it that direction.
Okay. You want me to go the other way? Yeah.
Yeah, I think I gotta pull the collector.
We have a supply of spare parts up here, but unfortunately this part isn't one of them that we carry because it doesn't fail that much.
But getting the fuel line out and reinstalled will take hours. Back at Nîmes, the crew are out of options. They have no choice but to take fuel from the Camp Zone emergency supply. Gassing up on the ice field is called hot refueling. No wonder.
Whenever you mix gas for running engines and a lot of people, there's always risk of a fire or injury, so we're always very cautious and careful. Because it took longer to load the aircraft than we expected, we had to take about 1,000 pounds of gas from the camp in order to have enough fuel to take it back to Sonderstrom.
Sitting idle can cause another problem. The weight of the herd creates a layer of water beneath the skis that can freeze solid. Raising and lowering them prevents them from getting locked in place. Today's weather conditions are also conspiring to make this takeoff a challenge.
Snow versus wheels. Wheels is pretty much the same surface all the time. Snow, depending on how the sun's hitting it, it creates a different situation every time you try to take off. So we'll have to vary flap settings and do a number of different things to try and take off. But today looks like we're going to have to do some ATO to get off the ground.
The ATO, or assisted takeoff rockets, are a last-ditch effort. A one-shot deal that either works or leaves you stuck on the ground. Captain Wood is going to need the ATO bottles and every inch of the 3.5-kilometer skiway.
When we do every ski takeoff, gets your heartbeat racing and almost takes your breath away once you get airborne.
Feels like the airplane just slides from side to side. Just does not seem like any kind of normal takeoff where it's just like you're on the center line of the runway and you're up and you're going.
Eric has to put it all on the line to get his plane and crew back in the air.
5 knots. Plus 70%. 65 knots. 8 now.
On an ice field in Greenland, a Hercules Skibird is fighting to get airborne. The snow is sticking like gum to its Teflon skis.
Here we go.
Flight engineer Corey Palmetier readies the assisted takeoff rockets. A flick of the switch will ignite an extra 8,000 pounds of thrust.
50 knots.
It's a one-shot deal. 14 seconds of burn, and they're either flying home or staying put.
55 knots. Plus 70%. 65 knots. 80 now. You're up? You're up. I should have gone plus 50.
the first load of scientists is on its way back to Sunderstrom. And with the hard work behind them, Eric gets to take in the view.
I can spend all day looking out the window at this section of the world. It's incredible.
At Sunderstrom Air Base, Eric Fuller has scavenged a fuel line from the extra engine.
Okay, Eric, parts in. We're done here. So now we're just gonna button it up, fire it up, and see if there's any leak checks.
Give me high speed.
Fuel flow.
Parallel.
Bring it up, Frank. Number 4? Yep. Coming up on 4.
We're dry so far.
Negative torsion, 1 green.
We're still dry.
We discovered the problem, and with this up check, we have no more fuel leakage. We are good to go. We'll probably fly this later on this afternoon.
This Skibird is back online. And with Eric's plane just back from Nîmes camp, Lieutenant Colonel Mike Kelly will take his place in the hot seat. Kelly flies full-time with a major airline and is a part-time co-pilot for the Air National Guard.
Airline is fantastic, but coming up here, just a challenging environment. It's the only plane in the entire Air Force that does this mission and role.
If Kelly looks tense, he should be. It's exam time. He's in Greenland for his annual Skibird check ride, an airborne grilling that every pilot fears. It's pass or fail.
It's a co-pilot check ride for us for our ski procedures, going into the camps, just make sure that we can do it.
The destination for the evaluation flight is Camp Raven, an abandoned Cold War radar site, now used exclusively as a test ground for Skibird pilots. Lieutenant Colonel George Alston will be the evaluator pilot for this check ride. It's his call if Mike gets to keep his job flying polar missions.
Really going to be watching to make sure that the co-pilot is performing all of his proper procedures and the entire crew to get the aircraft safely on the ground.
The first part of the test, an airborne radar approach that calls for precise coordination on the flight deck.
Everything he does, every word he says, that's really what makes or breaks getting into the airfield from that point. That's where I'm going to be watching the co-pilot intently.
Kelly's task? Verify the flags of the skiway, and then set the flaps for landing.
Medium flags are in sight. 11 o'clock, co-pilot has the approach.
The Skibird is on short final, with an airspeed of 110 knots.
Gear down, skis down.
It's looking good, until it isn't.
We're overshooting. Leading flag is going below the aircraft.
Missed approach point.
Coming in a little bit low.
30, 20, 10.
George is not impressed, but calls for full power to give him one more chance.
Speed 12, commencing takeoff line. Skiway 17. Full pilot throttles.
We're going to go out and do the approach one more time just to make sure that we got a really good look at everything that happens in that critical phase there at the end.
When your job is on the line, that's not what you want to hear. If Kelly blows this landing, his career with the Skibirds could be in the past.
Co-pilot has the approach. Continue descent. Turn right. Continue turning crosswind for a box pattern to skiway 17.
After the second landing, the exam is over. The Skibird sets course for Sunderstrom. If Kelly did any better the second time, George isn't saying. Back on the ground, it's report card time.
Okay, so to sum it up, I thought at the beginning there was a little bit of sloppiness, a little bit of check ride nerves, which is fairly common. I thought you cleaned that up very nicely through the rest of the ride. Overall, a very nice check ride. A Q1, congratulations. Go fly.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah.
The final pull-out mission to Nîmes is on the flight line. Flying the mission, Aircraft Commander Colonel Gary James and co-pilot Major Nate Morgan.
Let's make sure everybody's signed in.
The Skibird is ready, but the weather isn't ideal.
They've accumulated snow over the last 5 days, and there are patches of snow, drifting snow on the runway, up to 5 inches in depth that could hinder our takeoff.
E02, runway 27, you're clear for takeoff. Wind 260 degrees, 4 knots.
Clear for takeoff, runway 27, Skibirds 23.
At Camp Neem, Dorte has also been watching the weather, anxious to get her team out.
Well, we've had very changeable weather today with ground fog coming in with snow and then sunshine, blue sky. So we're actually getting a little worried about the weather.
Nate and Gary take off hoping for the best. An hour outside of Neem, and they're in the dark about exactly what to expect.
I have not spoken to Dorte today. I just tried her on HF, but she's not either monitoring HF or she's not hearing me.
At the camp, Dorte is about to offer an update.
But the weather's not very nice. It's very overcast and it's snowing.
The final pullout from Neem is in trouble. On Greenland's ice cap, the last group of climate scientists are ready to be evacuated. But their Skibird can't land with a low cloud ceiling. It's up to Dorte to let them know if they have the conditions they need to land, or they'll be forced to abort the mission.
When we have a full overcast, as we have now, and when you look at the horizon, you can't see a clear blue sky under the horizon, then it's really difficult for us to judge the elevation of the ceiling. So there's only one way to do it, and that is to use the weather balloons.
The balloon rises at roughly 400 feet per minute. Once it disappears, they can calculate the cloud base.
3 minutes, 40 seconds.
Okay. So that means the cloud base is over 1,500 feet. That's really nice.
That's good.
Yeah.
Minutes later, the crew is approaching Neem, but the ceiling has sunk. Once again, the crew will rely on the Skibird's airborne radar to get them on the skiway.
Radar altimeters. 2992, come on. Set 2992 is consent up. 50.
50.
40. 30. 20. 10.
Flaps coming. Off forward check. Good.
Skier 23, welcome to Neem.
This is it for the Neem scientists. The last scramble to pack up, board up, and get out of town before the weather gets worse. With engines running and fuel burning, the last item, the camp's weather station, is packed away.
That's it.
Thanks. Thanks.
It's been a good season.
Yeah.
It's been a really good season. Everything we had decided we would do has actually happened. It's been successful, every single part of it. Replicate drilling, deep drilling, flying with the airplane, everything. It's just been perfect season.
It's the final takeoff from Neem. There are snowdrifts on the skiway, and the weather is closing in. Assisted takeoff rockets weren't loaded for this flight, so it will be up to the crew to squeeze every ounce of power from the Skibird to get back in the air.
So I'll be hawking the instruments, making sure we can extract as much power as we can out of the engines, and that helps us accelerate takeoff. Why I'm pulling back on the yoke at the same time is we want to kind of protect the nose ski because it's a lot more delicate than the main ski.
You are at 42 knots. Yeah, you keep an eye on those throttles.
What we want to do is reach a certain speed where we can get our nose wheel off the ground. Once that happens, we have a lot less friction and we can accelerate even further and get up.
What I would give for 80 right now. Stalls 81, you're at 85.
Up and off the ice pack, Gary gets them back on course for Sunderstrom Air Base. Cruising along the coast for a spectacular view of Greenland's famous Iceberg Alley. The evacuation mission is finally over for another season. The next logistical nightmare? Getting the planes and people back to the U.S.
Right now it's a one-man office, just me in the office, and I'm juggling everything. So literally, and hold on one second. Go for ops. I did round the packs up. Packs are en route.
Okay, thank you. It's okay to start engines once they get here?
Once your packs arrive, you are cleared to start engines and cleared to press from there.
You're 77. Thanks, Ops. We'll see you back there.
So that's what I got going on. It's just me, and like I said, rounding up people, passengers, cargo, the customers, got to get them up here and interact with them. So yeah, it's a lot to do.
George Alston and his crew are on the second plane out. It looks like they'll be exchanging one extreme weather situation for another.
We're going to have to be maybe picking our way through some thunderstorms as we get over the northeast U.S. Not uncommon for this time of year, actually very common. We should be arriving there early to mid-afternoon, and so that's when thunderstorms build.
India 5 to runway 27, you're clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff on 27, here's me. Here we go, we're rolling.
With George Alston at the controls, the Skibirds say goodbye to Greenland for another year. All that stands between them and a safe arrival back in the U.S. are towering thunderstorms and a sudden threat of airframe icing. The crews of the 109th Airlift Wing and their C-130 Skibirds are homeward bound from Greenland to Schenectady, New York. George Alston is taking the scenic route, a straight line down the spectacular Sunderstrom Fjord.
All right, the weather this morning is going to cooperate, so we get to do one of my favorite things. We're going to fly down the fjord. The fjord here is about 90 miles long, and it was carved out by the ice and glaciers over the millennia, and it is just absolutely stunning. It's actually my favorite thing, even more than flying in over the ice cap.
That's cool. This is gorgeous. Coastline.
3 hours later, and they're over northern Quebec, flying through a layer of supercooled water droplets that can freeze on impact with the Skibird.
What we're finding is as we're coming farther south from the Arctic down into northern Canada, that's when we're picking up the icing. When your icing gets to a severe state, the weight that it can create is so great on the airplane that it can actually cause you to lose airspeed.
The worst is when you get the mixed or the clear. You get severe clear ice. When you come out of it, it'll just be solid ice all the way around.
The LC-130 uses heat from two sources to combat airframe icing. Heat from the engines is directed to the wings and fuselage, while electrical heat is used to protect the propellers.
We had to use those today to make sure that we kept a nice clean surface to keep the airflow over the wing so that we can reduce the weight and keep the aerodynamics.
George Alston flew Hercs in the Bosnian conflict before joining the Skibirds in the late 90s. Over a decade later, it's still his ideal aircraft.
I think the Herc is like a dump truck. If you think about it, a dump truck's not pretty, it's not fast, but it gets the job done. That's really what the Hercules does, whether it's the Skibird or the Wheelbird variant. We get it done.
Skier 78, contact Albany approach 132.82. Good day.
132.82.
Co-pilot Pat Newton is hoping to follow in his footsteps.
Any job that you have on this airplane is a good one, and I'm just really excited to be up here and actually living the dream. but a lot of the planes we do fly were on the assembly line before I was born. So they're old planes, and we got to treat them well. Hopefully they'll be around for a while, because I'd like to be doing this for a while.
Opening approach skier 78, 40 miles to the north. Level 10,000, request vectors NAB22 standing.
They're now 100 kilometers out and starting their descent into upstate New York, and the weather isn't good.
The thunderstorms are out there at about 60 miles. We're gonna have to work today.
Yep, it's gonna be bumpy, guys. That's what I was thinking.
A severe weather warning has been issued for the area.
Sam.
Microburst warnings are in effect for Albany.
Thunderstorms are moving from west to east towards the Skibirds' destination, Schenectady County Airport.
It should be moving east, be out of the way by the time we get there, hopefully.
Thunderstorms thrive in cumulonimbus clouds, which can grow over 30,000 feet tall. They're the clouds pilots fear most. Violent updrafts and wind shears can cause structural damage and send even large planes hurtling to the ground.
Go back to like a 2, 3, 5, and then just kind of parallel, because I don't want to get too close to that thunderstorm downrange.
The onboard weather radar is invaluable. George skirts the worst of the storms, looking for a clear path to the airport.
Just want to basically pass 20 miles to the right of it.
Eventually, George finds a window in the weather and has enough time to make a dash for the runway.
Skier 78, Skibirds Tower, wind calm, altimeter 2983, runway 22, clear to land.
2983, clear to land, that's 22, Skier 78.
George makes a final turn and has his Skibird on the home stretch.
Indicators down, skis are up, indicators checked, pilot.
Go pilot.
Exit air. Guiding light panel.
By now, the climate scientists are back at their labs making sense of their samples. For the Hercs and their crews, it's time to start repacking.
Another successful Greenland mission. Next stop, Antarctica.
In a month's time, they'll be heading to Antarctica, flying resupply missions to climate scientists there. From one pole to the other, the Skibirds are the tool of choice for extreme assignments on snow and ice. The C-5 is the largest plane in the U.S. Air Force.
This baby's a Cadillac.
With a mighty job,
Right!
flying cargo into a war zone.
You are writing the next chapter in this dynasty.
On tap for this C-5 crew, fly their Super Galaxy non-stop to Afghanistan in record time by refueling in midair.
You feel movement?
When it's time to air refuel, it's game time.
If you're coming in too fast, that may create a dangerous situation.
It's a marathon mission
Going into a combat environment at night, there's a lot of factors against us.
that puts the C-5 in the line of fire. Dover Air Force Base, just outside of Philadelphia, is home base to a fleet of aircraft unparalleled on the planet.
You guys are standing in jumbo country. This is arguably the most strategically important 1.5-mile strip of concrete on the East Coast.
Contact 41.25 today.
This bustling airfield is the starting point for tons of supplies shipped to U.S. forces in Afghanistan. On the ramp, Major Jason Wolf directs traffic.
Dover Air Force Base moves more cargo than anybody, hands down. It starts right here and goes straight to the warfighter.
For cargo too large and too urgent to be shipped any other way, the Air Force relies on the C-5, America's biggest strategic airlifter. pace is relentless.
You guys get ready to push.
All right, slow it down a little bit. Slow it down a little bit. There it is. Let's not get carried away. All right, slow down, slow down.
Every day, about 150 giant pallets are flown out of Dover on C-5s. That's the equivalent of more than 5 747 cargo jets.
I'm talking game-changing principle. When I can land on this puppy, you can't put on 4 or 5 other birds. You got the corner in right here.
On this C-5 bound for Afghanistan, Wolf needs to load almost 55,000 kilograms of cargo in just 2 hours.
Oh, we have to push this thing.
He's got 8 crew members to help him get it on board. This massive plane is a beast of burden, capable of carrying 140 tons, the weight of 6 city buses, almost as long as a football field, and more than 6 stories high. Its wingspan stretches over 60 meters. Hydraulics in the nose lower the big plane to truck bed height. And a ramp unfurls for speedy loading and unloading.
What needs to get there now, what needs to get there fast, and what needs to get there critical. We'll move everything from as small as a 1-pound electronic component box with a gyroscope all the way up to a nuclear submarine prop.
Wolf and his crew wrap up the job 30 minutes ahead of schedule. In less than 48 hours, this C-5 will land in Afghanistan. On the outskirts of Kabul, Bagram Airfield is a linchpin in the effort to supply U.S. forces in Afghanistan. The war, a response to the 9/11 attacks on America in 2001, has lasted over a decade. There are more than 100,000 troops on the ground, and everything they need to survive in combat comes from halfway around the world.
Tower runway 3, full length, an estimated 350 at 3. Clear to land, runway 3.
And much of it arrives in Bagram on the mighty C-5s.
Downloading the Apache that's behind me, and then behind that we have a couple of Hueys as well as some pallets we can offload as well.
This is a combat zone, and the base is a prime target. So the rule is, get in, offload, and get out. Fast.
We want to minimize the ground time of the C-5 because obviously when it's in the air, it's moving cargo to the fight.
Back in Dover, more than 100 C-5 pilots, engineers, and loadmasters are involved in the effort to get life-saving equipment to soldiers in the field. Colonel David Hafer prepares his hand-picked squad for their missions into hostile terrain.
I've stood in this room many times and told you guys you're a dynasty. You are writing the next chapter in this dynasty. If you're not in this room, then you want to be in this room.
For Hafer, the C-5 is much more than a big transport plane. It's a potential knockout punch.
Nobody ever gets to tell anybody in this room, thank you for supporting the warfighter, because you are the warfighter. Those airplanes are weapons. They may not have bombs hanging off the bottom of them, but when you have a kinetic force that you want to deliver, we get that payload on the C-5 and we put that ability in the warfighter's hands. I would just ask you one thing in conclusion. Fly the hell out of these airplanes. Fly the airplane.
Captain Scott Corral is about to do just that. The C-5 pilot has just received orders for a flight to Afghanistan that leaves in 2 days.
Afghanistan is an austere environment. It poses new challenges. Obviously, with the traffic and terrain are big issues in Afghanistan. Every time we go in there, you're always on the edge of your seat and have a heightened awareness.
Corral is a veteran C-5 commander, but this flight will be different. He'll attempt to set a new world record by flying non-stop from the U.S. to Bagram in under 14 hours. C-5s out of Dover usually land in Europe for refueling and crew change before continuing on to Bagram. But Corral will cover the almost 10,000-kilometer distance without ever touching down. His record-setting attempt will be made in the latest model of the C-5, the C-5M Super Galaxy. C-5s have been the military's workhorse for more than 40 years. Now the fleet is getting a massive overhaul. At Lockheed Martin's Marietta facility in Georgia, Greg Russ heads a program to transform some 50 aging C-5s into state-of-the-art C-5M Super Galaxies.
What we're doing to this aircraft is unbelievable. We're taking an aircraft, these B models, bringing them back in here, and we're actually re-delivering those aircraft with much more capability.
It's mainly new engines and avionics, but the upgrade includes 70 items and can take a year to complete.
We're removing sticks, actually taking fuel probes out. Something new we've been doing is changing out these jack screw assemblies as needed.
In the next few days, Russ's team will mount new engines and install a state-of-the-art glass cockpit. If all goes well, they'll deliver a rechristened C-5M Super Galaxy back to Dover. The new Super Galaxy is a game changer, giving pilots the ability to fly non-stop almost anywhere in the world, and redefining just how fast and how far every resupply mission can take them.
All right, good morning. I'm brief this up. I'm the air fuel instructor this morning on the airport.
The non-stop flight will require a delicate and dangerous air-to-air refueling.
If you see a malfunction or have something that's not safe to your flight, please just stay what it is, tell us to back out.
Corral and his crew need to show they can execute the maneuver flawlessly in a training mission, or they risk losing out on the job.
Air fueling is one of those things that if you're not doing it on a monthly or weekly basis, you will get rusty doing it.
The risks are real. Two huge aircraft flying just a few meters apart at almost 500 kilometers an hour. Margin for error, 0.
When you have two aircraft this size, operating that closely together within 10 feet of each other, I mean, it's obviously a pretty big deal.
If you are by any means unclear of what we are doing today, please speak up. I don't mind telling you 10 more times what we're doing. Which, can I leave you?
Everything about the mission is scrutinized, including the weather. Even slight turbulence can be deadly.
We're going to be on air at 3:15 from 15 to 16 Zulu.
Clearing right now. There's some stuff to the west, moving slow to the northeast.
Just ready to go.
Engineers and loadmasters give Corral's C-5M Super Galaxy a thorough pre-flight safety check. But just before takeoff,
That looks like a home.
a glitch. The pre-flight exam reveals a small hole in the airframe by the rear cargo doors.
And we can't have any dents, nicks, scratches, or anything on this panel. So that little hole is no good for this. So they're either gonna have to
The tiny puncture could cause a loss of air pressure in flight and put the crew in danger. Until it's fixed, this Super Galaxy isn't going anywhere. Captain Scott Corral wants to make history.
We are on 6025.
As the first to fly a C-5M Super Galaxy non-stop from the U.S. to Afghanistan in less than 14 hours.
We're going to be setting a world record, and with that is a lot of notoriety, and we're looking forward to it, and setting another record in the C-5M.
But their training mission to rehearse an aerial refueling maneuver has been delayed by a tiny hole in the C-5's airframe. While they wait for a fix, Corral and co-pilot Ian Turner make the most of the downtime by heading to a simulator.
And let me know on the throttles when they are aligned, and we can start flying from there.
All right, coming off freeze.
Aerial refueling is one of the most difficult assignments for C-5 pilots. Even in a simulator, the job demands the crew's full attention.
We have two jumbo aircraft here, both flying within 10 to 15 feet of each other at extremely high speeds. When it's time to air refuel, it's like kickoff in the NFL. It's game time.
It's a dangerous but essential element for a 10,000-kilometer non-stop flight to Bagram. If Corral can do it, he will prove the C-5M Super Galaxy can move supplies to Afghanistan faster and cheaper than ever before.
When you over-control the airplane, it is not friendly to you and will exacerbate any negative scenario you may have already.
The fate of the C-5 and tanker crews are in their hands during the maneuver. So Corral and Turner aim for seamless coordination. In the air, there will be no second chances. The C-5M Super Galaxy has a 21st century glass cockpit, including the latest navigation computers to help the pilots rendezvous with the tanker. They're a key component in the C-5M modernization program. At Lockheed, aging C-5s are stripped of their old analog instruments to make room for new digital displays that keep pilots constantly abreast of their position and performance during their mission. But the electronic upgrades spread far beyond the cockpit, and that means a massive rewiring job. John Evans makes sure everything is going to the right place.
This is the flight deck, encompassing the nav station, the flight engineer station, pilot, co-pilot.
More than 11,000 wires are threaded through the big plane. They'll control everything from flaps to landing gear to the lights in the cargo bay.
We're routing in the incoming wires. We've already deleted the wires that have to be brought off the airplane. And now we're adding the wires coming back in, and we route them to the appropriate place.
Evans has to keep track of 166 kilometers of new wiring.
There is a method to the madness. It is a little overwhelming to look at it first.
When the new flight deck is finished, this 30-year-old C-5 will be as up-to-date as a modern jetliner.
It's a good, sturdy airplane with much better electronics now. It takes a lot of the workload off the pilot. Some things are automated now where before they had to manually do or think about something. Computers take care of a little bit of that for them now.
Back at Dover, another C-5M Super Galaxy has been prepped. And Scott Corral's training mission is back on track.
This delayed us about 30, 45 minutes, which is enough time to miss our tanker today. So we're trying to move as fast as we can out of here to make our timing today.
While Corral hopes to show that his team is up to the job of setting a world record in the C-5M Super Galaxy, the training flight is especially important for co-pilot Ian Turner. He'll fly the C-5 to within 15 meters of the tanker.
Weather radar, standby, co-pilot. Stowed pilot. Overextend.
If he's ever going to sit in the captain's seat, he will need to deal with the pressure to get it right.
Open CWA is removed. Removed.
Jumbo 70 Heavy, runway 19, taxi via Alpha Delta, hold short of runway 32.
For Corral, Turner, and the two flight engineers, it's all systems go.
Clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff.
The big plane hurtles down the runway.
80 knots.
In just 30 seconds, it's doing 225 kilometers an hour.
Go.
Takeoff speed.
Gear up. Heading slight. Slow. 7,000 flaps up. Puffs up. Verify. Execute. Executing.
The refuel training mission is on.
Your average air transport pilot in the civilian community does not get to fly within 10 feet of another aircraft, especially one this size in the contact position. So it's definitely a dangerous maneuver and requires a high proficiency skill level to accomplish the maneuver.
Within 15 minutes, the Super Galaxy has climbed to a cruising altitude of 20,000 feet. They missed their original rendezvous and are racing to catch the tanker before it calls an end to the day.
2992 co-pilot. 2992 pilot.
Lieutenant Ian Turner, Corral's co-pilot, is moments away from taking control and putting them just steps away from the tanker.
Today I'll be flying the rendezvous, so I'll be getting us about 50 feet away from the tanker, and then Scott will be taking over and actually doing the air fueling.
For the C-5 crew, everything is on the line. The slightest error by either pilot, could be catastrophic. In 36 hours, Captain Scott Corral and his crew will attempt a record-setting flight to Afghanistan.
Watch the speed of the descent.
But only if they prove they can handle a dangerous mid-air refueling of their C-5M Super Galaxy.
We're going to get down, or we'll be holding the IP to this end. Weather is still looking skosh on the track. We're in and out of clouds. We have light to moderate turbulence.
Already at the rendezvous point, the tanker circles at an altitude of 21,000 feet. Corral will bring his C-5 onto the planned rendezvous track 300 meters below the tanker. When he's within 1.5 kilometers, he'll start a slow climb while gradually reducing speed. The final 15 meters are the most crucial. Once hooked up, fuel will flow to the C-5's 12 fuel tanks built into the wings. They're now within sight.
We're about 15 miles from the tanker. We just got visibility on him now. Open, lights on. Pre-contact check completed. Thanks.
It's white knuckle time for Corral and crew.
0.75.
In the tail of the tanker, Sergeant Adam Kraft, the fuel boom operator, prepares for a face-to-face meeting with the C-5 at almost 500 kilometers an hour.
Every time we're scheduled for a C-5, it's always kind of remarkable. We do a lot of big airplanes. This one is, you know, by a large margin, a lot bigger than all the rest of them.
As the two giant planes come closer together, the swirling winds around them reach hurricane force. It's a phenomenon Corral and Turner need to compensate for, literally on the fly.
What it can do is cause our nose to come down, so we may need some up trim in there, and it's causing the tanker aircraft's tail to rise, so they're going to have to trim as well.
Making slight adjustments in the cockpit will allow both pilots to maintain altitude without aggressively pulling back on the stick. But it takes a deft touch.
If you're coming in too fast, that force can be too great, and they may not be able to trim at a fast enough rate. It can create a dangerous situation.
It could easily turn into a bad situation if we're not all out paying attention.
100 feet in checks.
Scott hands the controls to Ian, ready to jump back in at the first sign of trouble.
Nice and stable, nice and slow. Right now, so a little high. You feel movement? Yep, I feel movement. Very nice. See, nice and stable, staying in there, feeling around, up and down. The nice thing about the M is its power. You need it, it's there. How's that feel? It's a lot easier than I thought. That's a good thing to say, rather than opposite. Good.
15 meters from the tanker, Scott takes back the controls, and the hardest part begins, moving the final 10 meters to the fuel boom.
Right here, it looks pretty good to me. It's a pretty good picture.
Corral uses visual references, sound cues, and surgical precision on the controls. With the C-5 in position, it's now up to Sergeant Kraft in the tanker to guide the boom into place.
All right, we just got contact with the tanker. Nice stable in the envelope here, and just maintain position here. We've just been talking here about that.
Behind Corral, the flight engineers go to work, opening the taps and distributing the fuel.
We're constantly monitoring the system. So as the fuel comes on, we'll make sure it comes on in the correct sequence.
And we have fuel coming into each side of our manifold. We don't want, one wing having all the fuel and vice versa.
Now under the same pressure as the pilots, no one on board wants to be the guy who slips up.
If we fail at getting the gas, our mission would fail.
After 1,000 pounds of fuel is pumped into the C-5, it's mission accomplished.
I'm going to disconnect now and back out from the tanker. Nice and slow, 1/5 per second movement. Once we are laterally separated, we're going to descend to 1,000 feet below the tanker.
As the C-5 slips away from the tanker, there's a sigh of relief on the flight deck.
Young runners.
Air-to-air refueling requires C-5 pilots to demonstrate their precision. However, However, arriving in Bagram on the other side of the world demands some aerobatic skills. Bagram Airfield has been the target of several attacks. To land safely, C-5 pilots must perform a hair-raising tactical approach.
350 at 3, clear to land, runway 3.
It's a stomach-churning roller coaster ride that ends with a steep dive to the runway. Captain Austin Horn has just put his C-5 through one.
Plane is the size of a 747, but this thing can maneuver and bank up like anything else. And it's hard to imagine, but it really does do a great job getting into tight areas, getting in here swiftly and safely.
The resupply mission runs 24/7, giving pilots barely enough time to stretch their legs. The C-5s are on the ground at Bagram no more than 4 hours. Just minutes after landing, this C-5 is peeled open, revealing its cargo, 2 helicopters, including an 11,000-kilogram Chinook, vital for moving troops and supplies into the heat of battle.
This aircraft is one of the few aircrafts that can carry the outsized cargo, so if it's big enough to be traveled by air, this is the only thing that's going to take it.
1, 2, 3!
In less than 30 minutes, the Chinook is off the C-5 and good to go.
Start pushing!
And 30 minutes after that, this C-5 will be heading back to the U.S.
Good morning, everyone. Just an overview. On Sunday morning, you will be leaving to Bagram.
Back in Dover, Corral and his crew get an intelligence briefing on enemy activity around Bagram.
U.S. blamed a Connie network for multiple attacks in Kabul. During this attack, it was assessed that they used RPGs, AK-47, and also IEDs. This briefing.
If they needed a reality check, they're getting it now.
Does anyone have any further questions? All right. Thank you.
Tomorrow, Corral and his crew will begin their record-setting flight into the line of fire. Captain Scott Corral and his crew are 4 hours from taking off on a non-stop 14-hour flight to Afghanistan. If successful, it will be a record-breaking flight for Corral and his C-5M Super Galaxy.
We got about 51 total from ARIP to exit time on the track.
The devil is in the details. Every what if is considered.
They're going to want to come out early, to try to hit us and give us our gas and say that's it.
Including the failure to refuel in midair. A must-have if they're going to make it non-stop.
There's a point what we have on an air refueling track called the bingo point. If by that point we have not received required gas that we need to continue on to our destination, we will divert to an alternate location and land.
Meanwhile, the ground crew gives Corral's Super Galaxy one last top-to-bottom inspection, including the big wheels, 28 of them, attached to 5 sets of landing gear.
We had to make a few adjustments earlier to make sure it rotates enough so it doesn't hit anything as it goes up, damage anything. Yeah, good to go now.
Then it's on to the flight line and an engine exam.
We're pulling out magnetic chip detectors to make sure we don't have particles from the engine that could possibly damage the engine.
Across the base, Tech Sergeant Wally Schmidt is in charge of sourcing the load for Corral's Super Galaxy.
We normally plan for 120,000 pounds of cargo, even though we can carry a lot more than that.
He uses computer software to work out where it will go in the C-5.
You don't want to be nose heavy because then the pilot will be pulling up too much. If it's too tail heavy, basically flip over.
As soon as he hits send, a squad of million-dollar robots springs into action. Everything the troops in Afghanistan need is stored in Dover's massive warehouse, packed onto numbered pallets, each weighing more than 4,500 kilograms. Once the robots retrieve the pallets for Corral's flight, They're trucked out to the plane. Major Wolf supervises the load. The cargo includes new panels to protect armored personnel carriers and replacement props for a Hercules C-130. It's all strapped securely into place for the dizzying descent into Bagram's combat zone.
Nothing worse, you're dropping 10,000 feet really quick. People always compare it to being on a roller coaster. Your hands go up, well guess what? We don't want the cargo to go up. We want it to stick tight and be right.
With the C-5 loaded, 4 pilots, 3 engineers, and 5 loadmasters are ready for a 14-hour journey to the other side of the world. And into the record books.
Number 3002.
3002, got thanks. Free flight. I just did a radio check. Right now I'm just getting everything booted up so we can do normal operations, get ready to start engines.
Make sure the top is on top.
The one big variable, weather. Right now at the air-to-air refueling point, it's borderline.
To set the world record, we'll have to complete our air refueling. Obviously, if we have to divert tonight, the world record will go by the wayside.
It's taken the combined efforts of hundreds of specialists at Dover to get the C-5M Super Galaxy ready. Now, it's up to Corral and his crew to come through.
We're real pressed for time right now. We have about 20 minutes till checklist. A few things still need to be done for our sequence of events to get this mission departing on time.
Among the upgrades that put the Super in Super Galaxy are 4 powerful new CF6 turbofan engines. They deliver better performance and fuel economy than the old TF39s. But installing them has been a challenge for Lockheed engineers. Each new engine is almost 500 kilograms heavier than its predecessor, and that means reinforcing the C-5's wings.
Let's take a look down the side.
Jason Nichols supervises the changeover.
If we didn't beef this structure up when we put those new engine ons, it would absolutely rip this wing apart over time. The stress fractures and it just would not be able to take the thrust that these engines are going to be putting out.
Accommodating the new engines requires a replacement of the cowling, fortifying the pylons that connect the engine to the wing, and finally, reinforcing the skeleton inside the wings to withstand the increased stress on the airframe.
We cut out the existing structure and put in something more beefed up, able to hold the thrust of those big engines.
The process takes more time and manpower than any other modification on the C-5, but it's worth it.
There are missions and capabilities where you have to push your equipment to the limit, and we just want to get these planes ready to where they can do just that, maybe even beyond.
0 at 5. This building 10 miles, clouds 900, scatter 14,000. Temperature 22, 2.22, altimeter 2989. Pressure altitude plus 49.
Back at Dover, Corral's Super Galaxy is ready for takeoff.
Departure fly runway heading, maintain 3000, runway 1.
380 tons of plane, fuel, and cargo are on the move. The new engines, each delivering over 50,000 pounds of thrust, propel the C-5M Super Galaxy into the night sky. But the real challenge for Corral and his crew has only just begun. To set a world record, they'll need to put in a flawless 14-hour performance. Captain Scott Corral and his crew are en route to Afghanistan.
You got them en route. Mind right those on the Oceanic Chart 2, please.
Carrying 112,000 pounds of cargo. Their non-stop flight from the U.S. will set a record if they touch down in less than 14 hours.
We're about 50 minutes from coasting out across the ocean.
Climbing to 31,000 feet, they'll overfly Boston before heading out across the North Atlantic. They'll need to complete a perilous refuel over the North Sea before continuing across Eastern Europe and finally into Afghanistan. Corral is scheduled to rendezvous with the tanker in 6.5 hours. And unlike their training run, this time they need to arrive on time.
We were about 7-8 minutes early, so we went ahead and slowed the airplane down to get us a little bit behind.
Over the ocean, the flight crew monitors their position, but leaves the flying to the Super Galaxy's new and improved autopilot.
And automatically corrects for winds and route corrections and maintains us on center line for our route.
North 030 west, 57 north 020 west, Baraka, and some.
The Super Galaxy has new engines and avionics, but the galley remains old school.
We only took the finest of frozen meals on here, and it looks like we're going to be having lasagna and a little Texas toast today. Yeah, everything tastes better at 30,000 feet.
The C-5 will cross 10 time zones in 14 hours, throwing body clocks into a tailspin.
Yeah, fatigue can be a big issue for us, especially on a flight like today where the alert time for us is at night, so we've been up for most of the day. Getting sleep is very crucial.
On this flight, Corral and Turner are the A-team, at the controls for the aerial refueling and the tactical approach at Bagram.
Air refueling is definitely an event that you want to be well rested for, so during the coast down I'm going to be jumping out of the seat and letting a couple other crew members fly, and I'm going to try and get some sleep in the bunk room. Pads checking off.
See ya, rockstar.
Getting them across the Atlantic falls to the B-team, led by Lieutenant Colonel Matt Ahern, who's content to play a supporting role on this record-breaking flight. The outcome of this mission could change military resupply operations. If it succeeds, the C-5M Super Galaxy will prove itself capable of moving heavy loads farther and faster than ever before. Back at Lockheed, the hope is that this non-stop flight will be the first of many for the C-5s being overhauled.
C-5M, the RARP modification is complete on this aircraft. The modification effort to it is just an outstanding aircraft.
After 11 months in the shop, another C-5 has been reborn as a C-5M Super Galaxy.
Finished product to everybody in this business. You take a look at it, and it's just a great feeling of pride.
For some, watching the C-5Ms embark on a second career is a reminder of their original rollout from the same facility over 40 years ago.
I remember as a kid here in Atlanta, hearing them take off and watching them come over the airfield. It goes way back for me. The love of watching these giant things that don't look like they should even be able to fly. It's an incredible sight.
After a few hours of sleep, Corral is back at the controls and on his A game for the critical air-to-air refueling.
We're about 15 nautical miles from the tanker. He is in sight off of our 1130.
As they come up on the rendezvous, Corral delicately maneuvers the Super Galaxy directly below the tanker. The weather, once borderline, is now clear and bright, giving Corral another problem: a blinding early morning glare. He struggles to get the visual references he needs.
Winning a sun can still pose a huge limitation for air refueling.
The two planes are less than 10 meters apart. The boom extends toward the C-5.
I'm just gonna back out.
Corral tries to meet it. Finally, using the shadow of the tanker to block the glare.
Ah, yes. That looks like a good picture to me.
Now 4-3. He hooks on.
Using all the envelope to kind of shade yourself with the sun is a good technique, and we were able to do that and get our gas today.
100,000 pounds of fuel flows into the C-5 in just over 15 minutes. With their tanks topped up, Corral and crew will spend the next 6 hours cutting across Eastern Europe before reaching Bagram's busy airspace.
V Bagram Tower, runway 3, full length, an estimated 350 at 3, clear to land, runway 3.
Shelby Strunk is an air traffic controller at Bagram. He'll slot Corral's C-5 into a maze of traffic.
We can be talking to aircraft up to 20 miles out, up to 20,000 feet, overhead the field at 15 to 20,000 feet. They spiral down.
Controllers at Bagram benefit from his 20 years of experience commanding traffic stateside.
And so everything that I've done throughout the years has led to a point where I was able to work this traffic here. It certainly is as complex as it gets, and just throwing in the little things that go along with being in a war zone make things interesting on a daily basis.
The C-5 demands particular attention. It needs to touch down on the longest runway, and it needs plenty of personal space.
Keeping aircraft away from them, you know, so that they don't get knocked out of the sky, especially the helicopters. And that's the aircraft that will wind up getting closer to the C-5s because they'll be departing off to the side.
Corral and his Super Galaxy are now 20 minutes from touchdown and on track to set a world record. But now in Afghan airspace, they're within reach of hostile fire, so the crew prepare themselves and their cargo for a bumpy ride down.
All right, we're beginning our initial descent into Bagram now. Everyone on the airplane's in position for the combat environment, and we should be on the ground shortly.
After almost 14 hours in the air, nobody's talking about writing their names in the record book. They'd happily trade the notoriety for a safe arrival.
It's been a long day. We've seen daylight and night twice on this mission. It's very unique. We've had an air refueling, an extremely long sortie, going into a combat environment at night with terrain and traffic in a high pressure altitude environment. So obviously there's a lot of factors against us.
And now, add one more. Corral gets a weather update from Bagram.
And reach 324 Heavy, just be advised there is a 20-knot crosswind advisory effect at Bagram. You're number 3 following the second F50 on a default update.
Strong crosswinds can create havoc for a giant like the C-5. If Corral doesn't nail the landing on his first attempt, the world record will be out the window. After a marathon flight from the US and a successful aerial refuel, an exhausted C-5 crew is on the verge of setting a world record. But Bagram's weatherman warns of heavy crosswinds ahead.
For Heavy Bagram Tower, runway 3. Check was down, estimated 320 at 3, clear to land.
Left turn to final, right? I got the terrain in sight. Gears down, flaps are landing, clear to land.
Descending below 10,000 feet, the Super Galaxy is vulnerable to hostile fire. But right now, the wind is their greatest threat.
3013 pilot. All right, we got a fairly stiff cross on left to right. Okay. Make sure it doesn't bounce around us. 215 decelerating, flaps 40. Speed check plus 40.
Corral fights to keep the plane on the glide slope.
Yeah, those are some strong. I was on the left side, I'm on the right side.
100, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
He steadies the plane.
Very nice.
And makes a textbook landing. In the dark, landing lights are left off as a precaution against attack.
Nice landing, good job.
Thanks. It was, I tell you what, that wasn't just, it was all over. It was like left and right. It was sporty. That was. every time anyways, especially after a 14-hour day.
Everyone's glad to be down, but in no mood to celebrate. They need to park and begin offloading ASAP.
This is kind of our biggest moment right now for potential incidents.
In the cover of night, Corral taxis the C-5 through the traffic and chaos of Bagram Airfield. Finally coming to a stop at the ramp, intact and on time.
I did an awesome job putting it on the deck, smooth landing, set the bar pretty high.
After the pressure of an epic flight and tricky crosswind landing, at last, Corral can catch his breath.
For the air crews, for the maintainers, for the command and control system, we're all just proud to be able to go out there and move the mission with the C-5. It's a fantastic airplane.
And now the moment he's been waiting for, the chance to write his name in the record book.
I have the paperwork right here. We're going to head up to the tower and talk to their traffic controller to report our official land time.
In the meantime, loadmasters and ground crew go to work. 50 tons of cargo is transferred onto Bagram's monster trucks. After a 24-hour workday, the crew still manages to offload the cargo in less than 90 minutes. Corral returns with good news. The tower confirms 9,573 kilometers from Dover to Bagram, Afghanistan in 13 hours and 51 minutes. The fastest time ever for a C-5 flying from the US.
C-5M, as usual, was a rock star. It's done phenomenal for us.
Mission accomplished for the record-breaking crew and their remarkable aircraft. As more super galaxies are delivered, the Air Force will keep pushing the limits of their capabilities, flying them heavier, faster, and farther than ever before.
We attempted to break about 39 world records. So if that goes well, this aircraft, the C-5M, will be the all-time all-aircraft world record holder.
We just received our fire clearance to our following destination.
For Corral and his crew, it's a short hop to Europe and then finally back to Dover.
Alright, copy, cleared to depart Bagram.
Having done their part to demonstrate the C-5M Super Galaxy's new capabilities far exceed those of the original C-5s.
I think right now we're rewriting the books on what we can lift, how fast, and where it can go. There's nowhere in the world we can't reach.
There is not one time when I won't turn around and stop if I'm walking and I see a C-5 doing a touch and go or doing a takeoff, where I won't watch, just in awe of that airplane.
This mighty plane is expected to fly for another 30 years, proving that, in the world of heavy lifting, it has no equal. It's one of the biggest cargo planes in the world, the Antonov 124.
It is capable of flying things that no other aeroplane can.
The cargo today is a massive wind turbine headed halfway around the world.
2368.
On the way, this flying freight train will encounter dangerous storms.
Just not so good weather around the Recife. It's many thunderstorms.
Treacherous crosswinds and nerve-wracking delays.
The scheduled time of departure is in 10 minutes.
That crane's not movable, so we're stuck.
What counts is to deliver the goods safely and on time. Make way for the heavy lifter, the Antonov 124, the pride of Ukraine. Captain Dmitry Antonov, no relation, at the controls.
I love my job, I love this plane.
He and his crew of 18 are 3 hours out of home base in Kiev. And minutes from touchdown at Dusseldorf, Germany. On the ground, a truck convoy clears security. The trailers are laden with crates the size of tool sheds, containing 86 tons of power-generating equipment. It's all going into the big belly of the Antonov for a 2-day, 12,000-kilometer flight to the far side of the world. Santiago, Chile. This eye-popping monster is the world's go-to plane for outsized commercial cargo. Dwarfing onlookers and making even veteran airport workers gape. The Antonov 124 towers over its competitors in the cargo market. The tail is 7 stories high, and wingtip to wingtip, it's the width of a city block. Paul Furlonger works out of England for Ruslan International, which contracts big jobs for Antonov Airlines.
It is capable of flying things that no other aeroplane can, and that automatically makes it unique.
Today, it's a giant wind turbine, torn to pieces during the devastating 2010 earthquake in Chile. After 10 weeks of repairs in Germany, it's as good as new and ready for the trip home. 10 big crates weigh 50 tons, and one really big crate, the turbine's rotor, weighs another 36. Everything about this job is supersized, including the shipping cost. 1.2 million fat American dollars. The schedule is tight. It's 3 o'clock. Takeoff time is at 7. Vadim Konovko is the flight manager. Just 28 years old, he's Mr. Logistics, supervising every aspect of the job. Right now, he's going over the details of the loading with Dusseldorf ramp agent Sam Dietrich.
Fueling after the loading.
Yeah, okay.
After when we finish loading, then
the loading is finished, after then we start fueling it.
Yeah.
With the clock ticking, the technical crew starts the load in. They have a built-in overhead crane for the heavy lifting.
There is one piece which is 32 tons or thereabouts. That's too heavy for the aircraft's own cranes, and that's why we need to use the ramp system.
We will put a platform, moving platform, on these rails, and we will put a cargo on platform. We will take chains, and we will winch the cargo inside the aircraft.
This beast is built like a ferry boat. The nose and tail open wide to allow loading and unloading from both ends. The immense cargo bay can hold 42 cars stacked on 2 levels. Built into the nose is a hydraulic mechanism that lowers the big plane for loading. Supervising that critical task is Loadmaster Sergei Onopchenko. Secure placement of the load is crucial. It's all balanced like a seesaw and chained down. Even a small shift could throw the plane's center of gravity out of whack, making it tail heavy, disrupting airflow over the wings, and sending it falling out of the sky.
Как минимум повреждение воздушного судна. Если же груз достаточно тяжелый и сместится достаточно далеко, то возможна и катастрофа.
Sergei will follow a computer-generated loading plan that specifies the exact position of each crate in the cargo bay. Starting with the biggest, the crate containing the giant rotor. It will go in through the nose. It's a job of millimeters. One slip could cause serious damage to the cargo or the plane. The delicate process takes 60 nerve-wracking minutes and comes off smoothly. While the rest of his team tears down the ramp and rails, Sergei makes sure the huge crate is securely anchored. Now, the 10 remaining crates come aboard through the tail. They've all been custom made for the Antonov's cargo bay. With the cargo on board, the nose is raised. The big doors are closed. And the tanks are topped up with 56 tons of jet fuel for the first leg of the flight. Right on schedule, the big wind turbine is ready for its flight to Chile. Now, it's over to Dmitry and his flight crew. They'll have a 2-day journey with fuel and rest stops in Spain, the Cape Verde Islands, and twice more in Recife and Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, before finally touching down in Santiago, Chile. Every leg of their trip, every stop, has been scheduled and timed to the minute. But they're all used to the rigorous hours and supersized cargoes. Need a bunch of cars flown somewhere? Or a locomotive? Or maybe a yacht? How about a plane in a plane? They've all flown on one of the 7 Antonovs in the fleet. Every one of them is on a tight schedule, including their costly downtime in the maintenance hangar back in Kiev. Today, Maintenance Chief Sergei Piatek supervises a C-check, a mandatory inspection after every 2,000 hours of flight time. Here, it's life or death for the big 124. If it fails to pass this test, it could be headed for the scrap heap. The C-check is no look under the hood, kick the tires, walk around. It takes 3 weeks and covers everything: engines, avionics, and airframe. The more rigorous D-check, stripping the plane to the rivets, takes 3 months.
Мелочей нет, потому что любая мелочь, она может потянуть за собой плохие последствия.
This plane is in its final week in the hangar. It still needs a landing gear test, stress testing of the wing flaps, and reinstallation of 2 overhauled engines. Back in Dusseldorf, Dmitry does an inspection of his own. The pre-flight walk-around, a multi-point check of flaps, latches, lights, doors, and especially the big tires to make sure the 124 is good to go.
Should be with no damage, just sometimes checking inside to find probably some stones, something like this.
Dmitry has plenty of technical backup. His crew of 18 includes specialists in engine repair, avionics, and a lot more.
There are 9 technicians on aircraft, and each technician is responsible for his own system.
Inside, it looks like a parts store. The bulkheads crammed with tires, lubricants, and the nuts and bolts for quick fixes on the fly.
I can't walk across the tarmac and say, excuse me, I need a washer or a seal for an Antonov 124. They'll look at me as if I'm crazy.
And we have spare parts. In case of some damage, we can fix it, change it.
But today, one part is missing: a resonator, a cooling component for the 124's avionics. The supplier in Dusseldorf is rushing a spare to the airport. 40 minutes to departure, Dmitry verifies the weight of the cargo, fuel load, and current weather conditions. He's ready for takeoff. Well, almost. The resonator still hasn't arrived, and they don't want to leave without it.
Nobody is there.
Yeah, I know. He's just right. He made a wrong turn.
Okay.
They need to restock when and where they can. Time is running out.
The scheduled time of departure is in 10 minutes from now. And we hope so.
Any delay will have a ripple effect, throwing the whole carefully timed 5 legs of the flight off schedule. If that happens, it could take days to sort it all out, costing both Antonov Airlines and their customer in Chile a lot of money. There are jumbos, there are super jumbos, and there's the monster jumbo, the Antonov 124. In Dusseldorf, Germany, to collect 86 tons of freight for delivery to Santiago, Chile. That's a 12,000-kilometer trip, meaning the big plane has to carry hundreds of spare parts for quick fixes along the way. But moments before departure, a glitch.
We are almost ready for flight, but we are waiting for one spare part. Should be very soon here.
It's a resonator, a cooling component, and the delivery guy is lost.
We couldn't find the gate 36, you know, that's the problem.
Less than 5 minutes before departure, the part arrives.
Have a nice trip, see you next time, yeah? Bye-bye.
The big bird rolls, right on schedule. 300 tons of airplane, fuel and cargo is now in Dimitri's hands.
Antonov 2368, approaching holding point X-ray.
To get it all off the ground, he'll need 2,700 meters of runway. The runway here is 3,000. It's going to be close.
2368, hello. Line up runway 05 right. Give me a call when you're fully ready for departure. Lining up to 05 right. I'll call you when ready. 2368.
Flight engineer Viktor Mojayev monitors the 4 massive Ivchenko Progress D18 turbofan engines. They must deliver every ounce of their combined 90,000 kilograms of thrust, or Victor will call a no-go.
Tower, Antonov 2368, we're ready for departure. 2368, it's always good to have you here, and you're clear for takeoff. Goodbye. We're good to greet you, Miss Coles.
Dimitri redlines the engines, pops the brakes, and puts everything on the line.
Stop all second.
It's no jackrabbit start, but the giant begins accelerating down the runway. 15 seconds in, they reach 258 kilometers an hour, the abort speed, and they're more than halfway down the runway. It's too late to stop now. At 2,700 meters into the run, they accelerate past 290 kilometers an hour. And then, airborne. Precisely as planned, with 300 meters of runway to spare. The first leg, Dusseldorf to Vitoria, Spain. Flying time, 2 hours and 30 minutes at an altitude of 35,000 feet. Dmitry Antonov is a former military and test pilot. Home for Dmitry is Kiev, but his second home is right here.
1995, I started flying this aircraft, and total flight time about 13,000 hours.
Even after all that flight time, he's still amazed by what the 124 can do.
We can take any cargo. No other airplane can do it.
With the 124 aloft, the tech crew who loaded the cargo can get some rest. But there's no first-class cabin here. The tech crew deck at the back of the plane is bare bones. This plane was built to be a workhorse. It was commissioned by the former Soviet Union in the 80s to haul the Red Army's tanks, trucks, and big guns. By the 90s, and the end of the Cold War, the 124 was headed for the boneyard. But its creators in Kiev saw an opportunity.
В период конца 90-х годов, и нужно было зарабатывать деньги. И этот самолет, мы посмотрели, что он как раз может зарабатывать деньги.
That not only saved the plane, it saved the Antonov company.
This aircraft, Antonov 24, was at correct place at correct time because it started to be operated by our company for commercial flights and gave us money which was very necessary to keep our company alive.
The move from military workhorse to commercial cargo carrier required several upgrades, including computerized flight controls, sophisticated avionics, and a new, more reliable engine. The original 124s were plagued by engine failures, and the plane itself only had a 20-year lifespan. But with upgrades, that has been more than doubled.
И на сегодняшний день он имеет сертифицированное свое типовое решение, при котором он имеет возможность летать на сегодняшний день, оговорюсь сразу же, 50 тысяч летных часов, 45 лет, 10 тысяч полетов.
The key to extending their life is a lot of rigorous maintenance. Two of this 124's Ivchenko Progress engines are just back from a complete factory overhaul. Now it's time to rehang them on the plane.
Значит, наша техническая бригада сейчас собирает внутренний контур двигателя. Кроме этого, навесили уже, будем так говорить, обтекатель реверса.
Sergey's technicians watch closely for any tiny flaw that could threaten safety or performance in the air. Dmitry and this 124 are on schedule, well out of Germany, and headed towards their first stop in Vitoria, Spain. Radio operator Oleksandr Petrovsky tracks progress.
Okay, we can see on the map on the computer, we now over the French territory, we passed the Belgium and Germany, and we are shortly will be entering the Spain airspace.
Up front, Dmitry is already preparing for arrival.
I think we will start descent in about 10 minutes and expect landing time in 40 minutes.
The 124 makes a smooth landing just after 9 p.m. local time. This is just a pit stop. Everyone stays on board, except the tech crew, which sees to the fueling. On the flight deck, everyone is busy preparing for the next leg of the trip. They're airborne again in 90 minutes and flying into trouble. Next stop, the Cape Verde Islands in the mid-Atlantic, the place where hurricanes are born. The weather report, high winds. Dmitry will have to bring the big 124 down in vicious crosswinds in the middle of the night. The Antonov 124, one of the world's biggest cargo planes, cruises into the night. Westbound, high over the Atlantic Ocean, on a 2-day, 5-leg journey to Santiago, Chile. The second leg, a 4-hour flight from Spain to the Cape Verde Islands. Cape Verde will be no pit stop. Regulations require a 12-hour rest break.
The crew of our company, of Antonov company, has a duty limit time. Actually now we fly with double crew, and the maximum duty time is 18 hours.
But getting there safely is going to be tricky. The Cape Verde weather station reports gusty crosswinds at the airport. That means a potential heavy landing and major stress on the plane's massive landing gear. That kind of problem has been anticipated in Kiev, where senior technician Vitaly Houghton supervises a key component of the C-check, the undercarriage test.
Перед окончанием вот этих работ проверочных нужно обязательно проверить работоспособность от всех систем шасси.
The main gear, like everything else on the 124, is immense. Five sets of dual wheels on each side share the weight. If a tire blows, the others will pick up the load. Vitaly must make sure each set of wheels extends and retracts correctly, every time. He relays commands to a technician in the cockpit.
Второй ряд, выпуск от шасси. Выпуск. Шасси выпущено, нейтрально.
Ali checks for full travel of the gear, hydraulic leaks, and anything that might compromise the tires.
Второй ряд, добрый.
When he's satisfied,
Назар, носовые.
he moves on to the nose gear. And a glitch.
Слышишь, давай на выпуск, да и все на это. На выпуск, потом посмотрим, расходов не хватает.
The problem, a drop in hydraulic pressure. It's fixed with a few adjustments on the flight deck.
Шасси выпущено, нейтрально.
Butali will run the test again and again to make sure the problem's solved for good. In the air, there are no second chances.
Есть уборка первая.
2 a.m., 1,000 kilometers off the African coast. Dimitri is on final approach to Cape Verde. The runway runs north and south. But treacherous and gusty winds are blowing from the west, buffeting the big plane. He wants to avoid a missed approach, a go-around, and a possible disaster. Dimitri calls on every one of his 13,000 hours of flight time, crabbing the nose into the wind and applying just the right amount of rudder to set the 124 down right on the button. They're still on schedule and still answering to the clock. Even though there's a 12-hour rest stop, it can't begin until Dimitri dismisses his flight crew. Every minute he delays doing that, delays the departure time, and threatens the rigid schedule. Dimitri's anxious to leave, but won't until he has done his walk-around. Finally, Dimitri, satisfied his plane is safe to fly again, declares the flight crew officially off duty. But for the tech crew, the work has just begun. The 4-hour flight from Spain has burned 74 tons of jet fuel, so the tanks will have to be topped up before taking off again. But with 86 tons of cargo on board, there's a limit to how much fuel can be added at each stop.
The aircraft has total takeoff weight. And according to this total takeoff weight, according to the cargo, we can calculate that amount of fuel, maximum amount of fuel we can take on board.
Empty, the 124 can stay in the air for 14 hours without refueling. But with this load, the maximum flight time is just 5 hours. While the plane is being refueled, other crew members check the dozens of chains that hold the cargo in place. Even if a single piece is shifted, the 124's carefully plotted center of gravity could change, causing the plane to fall out of the sky.
В принципе, груз контролируется на каждой посадке, перед каждым взлетом, осматриваются все связи швартовочные.
Flight manager Vadim checks every detail for the next leg, Cape Verde to Brazil.
I've got mobile internet, GPS, internet. I can do all my paperwork, take fresh weather forecast, turbulences, wind charts.
And those weather reports look ominous. When they get back into the air, it won't be fair weather flying. At 4 a.m., 2 hours after landing, Sergei and the tech crew sign off. Vadim is the last to leave.
Next, we go to hotel. I just checking in the technical crew, making sure that they are all fine, they are all okay, and after that, I will have a sleep.
12 hours later, everyone's back at the plane to begin the second half of their 12,000-kilometer journey.
Destination is Recife. That's city on the beach. You see Brazil territory.
The weather has worsened. Vadim's meteorological reports now show powerful disturbances along the flight path.
Just not so good weather around the Recife. It's many thunderstorms.
And they can be vicious with turbulence up to 50,000 feet, 15,000 feet higher than the Antonov's maximum cruising altitude. Dmitry won't risk flying through them.
Maybe a little bit deviation from our route.
Day 2, early evening. Dmitry's 124 takes off from Cape Verde, heading for the coast of Brazil. On a wing and a prayer. "24 hours into a 2-day journey to Santiago, Chile, Captain Dmitry Antonov pilots his 124 towards Brazil, which has been pounded by fierce thunderstorms. The worst cells have now moved offshore and right into the 124's flight path. The third leg, Cape Verde Islands to Brazil. Flying time, 4 hours at an altitude of 28,000 feet. Dmitry changes course to avoid the storms, expecting to fall behind schedule. But he picks up strong tailwinds and reaches the coast of Brazil 3 minutes ahead of schedule. The runway at Recife is long enough at 3,300 meters, but now it's wet and slippery. Water on the runway reduces friction and can cause hydroplaning. The rookie temptation is to stand on the brakes, causing the plane to fishtail and risking a crash. But Dmitry's no rookie. He lets the 124's aerodynamic friction slowly rob the giant plane of its speed. It takes 15% more runway to stop than usual, but the landing is under control. Every takeoff and landing puts enormous stress on the 124's airframe. In Kiev, that's what they're testing right now.
Сегодня вы присутствуете при проведении усталостных испытаний закрылка первой секции крыла самолета Руслана Н-124.
The flaps take the biggest beating. In the stress lab, they're subjected to pressure and vibration that simulates an actual landing. And here, the rule is, the rougher, the better. Technician Olga Litvinenko closely watches the flaps' performance.
Вот на этом графике у нас показывается отработка вибрационного канала. Задания по этим вибрационным каналам мы просматриваем в специально заданных блок-сегментах в соответствии с заданием, которое у нас есть. Красным показаны аварийные границы, которые мы не можем превышать. Синий цвет у нас задание.
The 124's tail and undercarriage will get the same treatment. If the plane fails any one of these tests, it won't be returned to service.
Это старая техника, но поскольку она летает во всем мире, мы обязательно ее содержим здесь, а возможно продление рейса.
Shippers around the world keep the 124s busy, and demand is increasing.
Самолет себя зарекомендовал таким образом, что сейчас достаточно серьезно рассматривается вопрос о возобновлении его серийного производства в новом модернизированном варианте. У нас есть разные предложения для любых заказчиков этого самолета, поэтому говорить, что он прекратит свое существование и будет невоспользован в будущем, это было бы неправильно. Если возобновление серийного производства произойдет, то самолету предстоит очень долгая жизнь.
So the 124's reputation is on the line with every flight and every inspection. In Recife, Dimitri's 124 has been topped up with 38 tons of fuel. 45 minutes after landing, the plane is back in the air. The fourth leg, Recife to Rio de Janeiro, flying time 2 hours and 45 minutes for another fuel stop. The fifth and final leg, Rio to Santiago, Chile, flying time 4 hours and 19 minutes. This is the hardest, most exhausting part of the 2-day journey. They've been flying in the dark since leaving the Cape Verde Islands and won't see daylight again until they are over the Andes. At the Santiago airport, flight coordinator Sergio Mella prepares for the 124's arrival.
The aircraft is coming, flying over the Cordillera, Los Andes, and coming to Santiago.
The Antonov is 20 minutes from touchdown.
The aircraft is on time, we have to go. Let's go then.
But there's a new weather problem: fog.
We got the visibility 1 or 2 kilometers. So we'll have to wait for the weather information.
They've already diverted some flights. If it gets worse, they might close Santiago, sending Dimitri to an alternate airport in Argentina. "41 hours after leaving Dusseldorf, Germany, Dimitri flies his Antonov 124 over the Andes, en route to Santiago, Chile. He has 86 tons of freight on board, including a massive wind turbine for an eager customer. But heavy fog may close the airport, forcing the 124 to divert to Mendoza, Argentina, 215 kilometers away, delaying the delivery by many hours. Right now, it's touch and go. Back in the Kiev maintenance hangar, everything's on schedule. Sergei Piatek and his crew are close to completing their exhaustive 3-week sea check of this 124. The 4 turbofan engines have been overhauled. The last one is being reinstalled.
Процесс идет нормально, да, мы уже его навесили на пилон. Сейчас идет, будем так говорить, затяжка, тарированная затяжка болтов. Для того, чтобы создать нормативное усилие затяжки.
It's the king of torque wrenches, precisely controlling the force exerted on the bolts. Crucial when you're hanging a 9-ton engine on an airplane wing. All that remains is a final inspection. A clean bill of health from Sergei, and this baby's ready to fly again. For Dimitri, things aren't so certain. The clear skies 200 kilometers out of Santiago are deceiving. On the approach, the ceiling is down to almost zero because of fog. For this landing, Dimitri will rely on the instrument landing system. The ILS emits 2 signals, establishing the plane's exact lateral and vertical direction. The autopilot picks up those signals and keeps the plane precisely on its landing path, the glide slope. But Dimitri won't know for sure if the ILS has done its job until the 124 breaks through the fog. If he doesn't see a runway below, he'll have just seconds to hit the throttles and abort the landing. The runway appears, right on target. And the cargo arrives, right on time.
5 miles before runway, we are exactly on glide slope, glide path with normal speed and safely landing. Welcome to Chile.
And welcome to the photo op. After 20 hours on board, the flight crew is eager to get some rest. but they'll have to wait while Dmitry grants the airport's public relations crew a rare interview.
Name Antonov.
Finally, it's mission accomplished for the flight crew. They leave for a hotel, while the tech crew begins the offload. Vadim and Sergio work out the logistics.
We need a big forklift which can carry 4.5 tons. Right. 4.5 and more. Okay.
Morning. It's 1 o'clock. The unloading is scheduled to take 5 hours, so it should be done well before dark. But just when they think all is in order,
they must have a visa.
So the hitch is the Ukrainians need a visa, apparently. And we've been here before and not had the problem. So I'm guessing they've changed the rules.
Vadim has to sort this out, or the tech crew will be stuck on the plane all night.
You can't have a shower. It's much harder to get a decent meal.
Vadim and Paul consult with the authorities.
This guy is the chief of on duty. Told just once I will allow you to go to the country without a visa, but all the crew have to go right now.
With the tech crew at immigration, the offload comes to a standstill. Nothing moves for half an hour, then an hour, then 90 minutes. After 2 full hours, they're back, with temporary visas, good for this one time. (3 p.m., now well behind schedule. The crew takes less than an hour to unload the smaller crates from the back of the plane. Now they move to the nose to tackle the big one, the 36-ton wind turbine.
We just built the rails, we'll winch it out of the aircraft. The crane will pick it up, put it on a truck.
Vadim estimates the unloading will be completed in just 2 hours.
In that moment, the customer is happy.
The tech crew makes short work of the ramp and rail assembly. Now, a flatbed truck and 2 cranes roll into place. This lift will be trickier than the loading in Dusseldorf. Crane manager Pablo Schuler has planned the operation carefully.
Each crane will lift one of the end, then the load will be turned in 90 degrees clockwise and then positioned over the truck.
The 2 crane operators must move in sync or the big crate will fall.
More complicated because each operator must have a better communication with each other, you know.
The crate is winched out of the hold.
At the moment, the cargo is still on ramp system. When it will be a few centimeters of ramp system, it will be not our problem.
So the show will start right now when we lift the cargo.
But the show never gets started. This crane is kaput.
Clearly they've got a major hydraulic leak with this crane. They can't move the crane. They can't shut the boom down. They can't lift it off the jacks and drive it out of the way.
Technically, this is the customer's problem, but the 124 and its crew are caught in the middle.
It's our problem because that crane's not movable. We can't move the cargo without the piece gets lifted off our extension ramp, so we're stuck.
4 p.m., a new crane arrives, but the unloading plan is out the window. The broken crane can't move, so the 3rd crane has to come in at a different angle.
The idea is to move in that direction the truck and then lift the cargo in an anti-clockwise direction.
They'll work with just centimeters to spare.
Our maximum risk is to have contact with the nose of the plane, you know, because the ropes will be very close to the nose.
Sergei and Vadim don't like it.
Они хотят между кранами провести круг.
We will be very close to the nose, so this Lord Master is here and he will be watching.
Any miscalculation by the crane operators, or even a gust of wind, and the 124's nose could be damaged, grounding the aircraft for weeks. On the tarmac in Santiago, delivery of a 36-ton crate of power-generating equipment is just meters from completion and millimeters from an accident. The lifting cables on the cranes run perilously close to the nose of the big Antonov 124.
Тут кран надо передвигать дальше, и этот туда смещать, и дальше что получится. It seems like these cranes have to be moved a little bit further through the aircraft.
This could be a disastrous end to what was a perfect mission. If the 124 is damaged, it could be weeks before it gets off the ground again. And with just 7 of them in operation, it could be a serious blow to the business. Sergei isn't happy about the arrangement, but he's willing to give the lift a try.
В результате, может быть, удастся, может быть, нет. Сейчас будем смотреть.
Vadim sticks close, ready to call off the lift at the first sign of trouble.
Worrying about the aircraft. Just worrying not to damage aircraft. That's the main thing.
But these crane operators are real pros. And the lift goes smoothly.
Very nice. Finally we finished with daylight.
Now our flight is finished. Contract is accomplished, so we're good to go. It's good now.
The 2-day, 12,000-kilometer job was tightly scheduled and meticulously planned. But experience has taught these guys one big lesson.
Whatever you plan, and however many contingencies you try to cover, you can't cover them all. And, well, the crane broke, so what are you going to do? You're going to solve the problem.
After a few hours in the luxury of a Santiago hotel, Dmitry and his crew are back, gearing up for the next mission. The pace is relentless. In just 10 hours, they're due in Albuquerque, New Mexico, to load the 124 with aerospace parts for delivery to Hanoi. Then they're off to China, Japan, and Pakistan.
Tower, Antonov, 2368, full ready for departure. Okay, go, get high right, Antonov, 2368,
Well, if you take the hours it's flown and divide that roughly by the number of hours it takes to go around the world, once it's been around the world about 900 times.
Здесь всегда что-то новое, что-то интересное. Ну и ни один другой самолет не позволит посетить столько по миру и увидеть.
If to count the countries, I have already visited all the continents except the Antarctica.
Sometimes when asking, where have you been on this aircraft? I think it's much better to ask where is the place where never been.
So if you see a 4-engine giant soaring over your town, give it a wave. It may well be Dmitry and his crew doing another big lift in the mighty Antonov 124, king of cargo planes. Up next, the Orbis team flies to Central and South America. And this mighty plane will be ready to continue the job of saving sight worldwide.